And we're live. Hi, everybody. Hope you're doing well today. So, what we have on the agenda today, I'm excited to get back to, is Citizen Sleeper 2. I'm excited to get back into this because I remember last time we left off on some interesting notes in the story alongside one of the side characters getting some more stuff revealed about her intentions and what she wanted to do. So, yeah. So, last we left off, the specifics was we got to Darkside, we were then betrayed, we ran into Ankita, and we were told to go somewhere and give a flash drive to someone. And this drive was supposed to be vital on taking down Lane and freeing Darkside from Utsubo control. So we also told Seraphin that the person that betrayed us was somebody that he knew really closely, and he's broken up by that, which makes sense. And then after that, we did a side quest for Junie, and that involved us going to a asteroid that housed a Solheim, like, massive database colony almost. It looked like a really weird interior space. It looked like the Ash Twin project from Outer Wilds. It was so cool. And that platform, that whole system had sadly shut down because it had been dormant for God knows how many years, and Junie managed to get some info out of it, but not, you know, survivable. Like, the whole station couldn't survive after all that. So yeah. As for what we're doing today, let's see. So what we can do in a more immediate situation. So Carmen's who we're supposed to talk to. We can find the fraction ship for Eugene and investigate Hexport and repainting the rig. So we're looking kind of at the scatter yards again, because then the scatter yards can take us to the Hollow for Eugene's quest. So I think that might be the next thing on the docket. And it seems we had some kind of potential for another crew member to get shown up, but unfortunately we did not get that. I did not make the check for it. So we'll see how that goes. But let's head back to the scatter yards, since there's not much else we can do over here on Flotsam. I saw it! Seraphin comes charging into the bunks. I actually saw it! His eyes wild and his breath is ragged. Are you okay? Seraphin takes a moment to catch his breath, suddenly aware of how frantic he sounds. He squints at you. Have you noticed how supplies have been going missing? Every so often when we travel? Have they? I have. You suddenly recall the mysterious mess that was left behind in the supply storage. Seraphin sees the flicker of recognition in your eyes. So, after it happened a couple of times, I decided to keep an eye on our supply store. Seraphin lowers his voice. You know, check it from time to time. And just this cycle, I drifted down there, really quiet. He leans in, and whoosh, something flew past me. He shakes his head, knocked me right into the wall. Did you get a look at it? Seraphin sighs. It didn't hang around, but it was definitely some kind of creature. Is there really a creature loose on this ship? You look around the berth, suddenly aware that something could be hiding nearby. Tucked into the vents, perhaps? We know this thing likes supplies, right? Seraphin is also glancing around for hiding places. So we lock them down tighter. Keep it out. That way it'll get desperate. And then, Seraphin raises a finger. It'll make a mistake. What are you talking about? Bliss leans in from the corridor. I can hear you all the way from the workshop. Seraphin saw the supply thief. Bliss looks between the two of you with a raised eyebrow. From the way you were talking, I'm assuming it's not human. It's something small and dark. Something fast. Seraphin looks at Bliss. We're going to lock up the supplies to drive it out. Bliss looks at Seraphin. If it's an animal, we don't want to make it any more scared and desperate than it already is.
How about we lock up the supplies, but leave some out in a special place? Try to bait it.
And then grab it, Seraphine mimes the act.
No, Bliss looks between the two of you. We show it that it has nothing to fear. We tame it.
It didn't seem very tameable, Seraphine rubs his sore ribs. Plus, we've already wasted enough supplies on this thing. You want to give it more?
Seraphine turns to you.
What do you think, Sleeper?
You look between the two of them, still processing the strange situation you find yourself in.
I want to tame it, because I think I know exactly what this is. I believe I might have been spoiled on this one, sadly, because of the marketing for this game of a particular plush that has been put out.
Seraphine sighs.
What a waste.
All right, Bliss nods. You'll have to come down to the supply store every few cycles and put out some more food. That way it won't get desperate and do anything dangerous.
And I'll lock the supplies up tight. Seraphine folds his arms. It won't get into any of them. It won't get into them anymore.
The plan's set. Bliss and Seraphine leave the berth, heading in separate directions. You watch them. You watch them go. It seems your ship is a stowaway. The question is, how will you deal with it?
Well... we're gonna do that, and then we are going to get some fuel. Fuel. And supplies. Oh god, I forgot that we are so low on... Oh. Yeah, we're gonna need to do some work, because holy shit, did you see that? I forgot that that the last time that I had done, that the last quest we were on had me kind of drained for money. Oh. Alright, well, let's get these. There we go. Get some components. And... I had a bad roll, too, so that didn't really help either. Thankfully, my glitch dice is gone. I can't remove the paint in the rig. Well, it's looking unfortunate that... Unfortunately, it's looking like I can't really buy supplies, fill supplies, buy fuel, fill fuel. Do I not have any place I can get work done on? That's a conundrum. Because I have, like, no money. Well, we have the odd jobs thing up, so we should earn some more cryo, hopefully, but... yeah, this ain't good. Yeah. This is a toughie. I'm shocked I don't at least have some place to earn a little scratch. Not even at the bar? Really? Alright. I guess we'll end the cycle then. I have nothing I can spend my dice on either, except... repairs, maybe, but... there isn't really much of a need. Recovery failed. I failed to take a nap. Like stress removal. But... ooh. Oh. I'm 3 shy. Damn it. That's it. That's really all I can do. Okay. How long would it take to make it to the Hollow, according to 6? Oh, that's not good. And then Oliveira is just past that. And then, yeah, that's okay, debris field settlement. So at the very least, that could be something.
So it looks like it's more passive income for us. So no meals. Buy up 2 of those. Okay, so one more cycle, we can at least get enough fuel to take us to where we can go, or where we need to go. We do need to get supplies too, but oh well. All right, and I think that's really it. There's not a lot that we can really handle here. Can make more of these. Oh shit. There we go. Not even anywhere to sell stuff either. Rough go. Okay, earned a bit. And throw another throw one there. And then if we just get 2 more fuel, we can make it to the hollow, no problem. And can't afford any more supplies right now. So what we'll do, we will go to the hollow, because if that can at least get us some supplies and fuel, that's fine enough for me. Sleeper, Eugene takes you aside. I'm gonna head into the radius markets to find my contact, the one with the data on the Alpheon. The Aphleon. Yeah, I think it's Aphleon. I think I've been trying to figure out how to pronounce that this whole time. You should come with. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1. Who is this contact anyway? You know how it is. A man never reveals his contacts. Eugene winks. He's just an old friend, one I've traded favors with a few times, and who was given nose to and it was a good nose for data trails. But trails run cold quickly, so we should get on his. Eugene grins and heads for the airlock. You watch him go, unsure what his swagger might hide, but you've come this far with him. Maybe it's time to see where it all leads. All right, well. Okay, a 5, 4, 3, 2, 5, 4. Okay, and what about over here? Okay, a negative modifier there. Get that. What is this? Sketch a design. Oh. Oh. Well, I'll try that. Didn't think so. So we gotta sketch the design on here too. It's just Jet Set Radio by way of Sci-Fi Space Explorer. Okay, and nothing else here. Okay. Good. Okay, new location. Buy some. Okay, supplies. Good, we need those. But I also need fuel. So, gotta hold off on that. So we'll sleep. My dice might not survive much longer. But since we have a supply spot now, explore. Oh god, my rolls, I just noticed. Oh. Oh, that's unfortunate. All right, we're gonna buy a mule. Meal? Meal. Well. Probably be both. Okay, get in contact with Eugen's contact. There. I guess we'll just spend our 2s. Holy shit. See all those 2s I got? That's crazy. Okay, what's the... Oh, supplies. Wait, scrap components. Ooh, yes! How much do we get? Okay, 30. That's nice. Yes, raw scrap selling. Oh my god. Okay, we'll fill our fuel. Wonderful. And then we can get some more supplies. All right, that worked out pretty well. So next, we'll try this. Okay, and then try that. Okay, that's fine. I'll take a little energy hit. I mean, we got our few... I probably should have bought more supplies. Oh well. We're getting at least some ambient cryo, which is important here. I just wish we could have gotten some job site or something that we could use this for. All right, we'll go with this. Actually, interfacing, where does this take me? Ooh, is this... The signaling station in the pole is paying a small fee to anyone who helps seal up the damage sustained in a recent explosion. Ooh. Yeah, I'll take that. Ow! I mean, I earned a little money, so that's something, but ow. Alright, buy a meal. Okay. And then we can go for... We'll try for the art thing again. I'm not gonna get a 6 on that, because straight up interfacing or into it is not the extractor's strong suit. Again, it's really felt like my extractor character choice was not the best idea. Not the, like, it's good for certain things, but holy shit, a lot of my checks for stuff that could have gone well just went really poorly. Sleeper! You hear Bliss's voice hiss as you pass through the rig's central corridor. You have to come see this. You follow their voice and find them floating outside the supply store looking in. Bliss holds a finger to their lips and nods inside. Quietly, she's eating. And there she is. Oh, look at that cat. Actually, this makes me kind of wonder how dogs and cats would act in zero gravity. Oh god, birds. You look inside and see a cat floating just inside, batting at a food pouch. The stray barely acknowledges your and Bliss's presence, instead angles its body to catch the droplets of liquid that are released from the transparent packet. Looks like we found our stowaway. Bliss smiles at you. Hey there, girl, Bliss whispers at the stray, beckoning. They hold up their hands so the cat can see them. Not here to take those rations away, all right? You both watch as the stray suddenly kicks away, twisting balletically through the air and gliding past you both out of the supply store. It catches one of the corridor's ribs, swinging itself into the wall where it perches and watches Bliss with big eyes. The comfort of its movement in zero-G is striking, and you realize you have never seen an animal navigate in microgravity before. You hear a sound and turn to find Seraphin arriving from the direction of the engine room. He stops dead in his tracks against the wall, staring at the stray. What the hell is that? Seraphin hisses his question at both of you. It's a cat. What's a cat? He's never seen a cat before? Actually,
How would animals fare out here? Wow. So he does not know.
Careful there. Bliss holds up a hand to Seraphine. Don't scare her.
So that's a cat.
Seraphine is watching the stray carefully, either fascinated or scared. It's hard to tell.
I thought it would be bigger.
You've never seen a cat before?
Where would I have seen a cat?
Seraphine looks at you.
Come to think of it, where have you seen a cat?
The question makes you pause. Where have you seen a cat? Not in the belt, not in 0G. You close your eyes and bring to mind the faint image of a cat stretching in the sun. Somewhere warm, somewhere with weight, with gravity. You touch the fur of its back and it reacts, sliding against your hand.
Careful!
Seraphine hissed warning, bringing you back. Bliss reaches out to the stray. Shh, you'll scare her. Bliss makes a tutting sound. We had cats back on the eye, but they were in spin gravity there. The stray's big eyes watch Bliss's hand as it approaches. When they touch the top of her head, the stray does not move, does not react. Look at her leg. Bliss nods at the sleeve on the cat. She's been hurt before, and taken care of. She's really scared. Also, we have an ad break starting in about 4.5 minutes, heads up. You see the cat is gently trembling with Bliss's touch, but slowly she settles and angles her head for Bliss to scratch her ear. The movement brings back the mysterious memory. What is its origin? Focusing on it makes your skin tremble, a shiver running up your arms.
It's been breaking into our supplies.
Seraphine has his arms folded and is looking at Bliss.
Now we've caught it. We should let it out.
Look at her. She's not going to do that again. Bliss's eyes meet the stray's. You aren't going to do that as long as we feed you, right?
That may be true, but we can't risk it happening again. What if we'd been on a contract?
Seraphine gives Bliss a reproachful look.
We can't keep it.
Bliss shakes their head. She's a stray. She needs a home. Right, Sleeper? Bliss looks at you. We're keeping her.
Wait, why would I say no? Who the fuck would say no? For an achievement, mate? No. No, we're keeping her.
Bliss smiles widely, unable to contain their excitement. You won't regret it. They look at Seraphine. Plus, the rig is already full of strays as it is.
I guess it is.
Seraphine concedes.
You have to feed her though, Sleeper. She's your responsibility.
He eyes the stray.
I never thought a cat could eat so much.
Seraphine's right. Looks like you'll need to keep feeding the stray every few cycles if you want her to stick around. This is going to be expensive. Trust me, cats are worth it. Seraphine reaches out sheepishly towards the stray. As he does, the cat bats playfully at his hand and he pulls it away.
If you say so.
He sighs.
I'm not really used to animals.
You watch as Bliss tries to get Seraphine to pet the stray properly, guiding the hand to its ear for a scratch, and explaining how to approach her. As you do, the memory of that other cat runs through your mind. It feels like a raw wound, one that, if you touch it, will only bring pain. You can't help but pick at it, knowing that it might contain some distant part of you. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. We have the cat. Oh, all right. And now we don't have to spend more on supplies for the cat. But unfortunately, we do need to get more money for... Fuck. Okay. So we have Eugen's contract that we can do. I'll use my 2 here. Get that done. And we can get this, help with repairs. Because I feel like helping with repairs will get us a another character to talk to. And we can also, I feel like I want to use my 6 here. Let's try this. There we are. Another location. Interpret signals, align arrays. In order to collect signals, the signal ship must interfere with the Hollow's decaying Solheim arrays. This is specialist work. Okay. Ooh. More cryo, that's money. I can take that. Fill supplies, buy supply. God damn, filling supplies is so much. Man, I really took for granted how much money I'd been earning earlier, huh? God damn it. Okay, well, we'll do this, and then we'll head into our ad break. If I make it. Hey! Alright. The radius markets surround you and Yujin. Much of the architecture of the Starward belt is built on a Solheim foundation. As a corporation from the core, Solheim structures tend towards cardinal directions, towards respective gravity in a place where it has little effect. And we'll continue on this after the ad break, so use these next 3 minutes to get yourself some water, stretch, whatever you need to do, and we will be right back, everyone. And we're back. Thank you for your patience, everybody. All right. So now we're going to finally talk to Yujin's contact. So we'll see what happens here. With all the characters that kept showing up in the first game, though, part of me keeps expecting a character from the first game to show up again. It's just my memory of whom is returning and who may be new is like hazy as far as like memories of the first game. Like I remembered some key ones like Ankita, Rico, Lem and Mina, and
Bliss, but for others, I don't quite recall. Oh, and Emphis. How can I forget Emphis? So we'll see how that goes. But the radius markets have no such bias, and no singular direction. Instead, the stalls and shops built from scrap frame and hull plate project outwards from all 8 of the surrounding walls. The effect is overwhelming, with activity and interest in all directions. Between the windows that open to faint stars, scrap dealers, street food vendors, data fences, and tailors compete for the attention of the stream of customers drifting around you. Sleeper. Eugen draws close to get your attention, his voice barely raised. Take a look. He jerks his head, motioning down the market. You refocus your attention, your eyes drawn to a group of dark-suited spacers with shaved heads, 5 of them gathered around another retreating figure. The spacers are noticeably distinct from the rest of the crowd. They're tight and complex suits kept in pristine condition, and all in the same design. A rarity amidst the Starward belt's ramshackle fashions. You see one of them is gesticulating aggressively, chopping the air with his hands. Eugen nudges you again. Not the singers. You glance at him, unsure of that term. The one they are threatening. Eugen starts to move forward, his eyes fixed on the group. That's my contact. You turn back to the group, the singers, as Eugen called them, and see they are rounding on the figure now. Rounding, I'm not sure of the difference. Their body language is clear. It's about to come to blows. Eugen clearly sees the shift too. Before you can say a word, he is off, gliding hard through the crowd towards them. You give chase without thinking, kicking off the nearest strut and angling yourself through the central void of the market behind Eugen. Eugen doesn't stop. He barrels straight into the singers, sending 2 of them spinning into the crowd to a chorus of shouts and protests. Join in the fight. Yes! You follow Eugen's example, arcing your path into one of the singers and throwing an elbow. Both you and Eugen rain blows down on the crew, sending them scattering across the markets and into the crowd that has gathered to watch. As the last one disappears, you look over at a bruised Eugen, a stream of bloody spheres floating from his nose. He gives you a nod. How's not a good idea? Eugen's contact looks between the 2 of you. I should have guessed you'd pull this kind of shit, Eugen. So Luis, ooh, a nervous signal chaser. God, I really cannot get over this art. Like the little bits, like seeing the chains, the bracelets, the rings, the little details on it, like even the cross sections of his jacket. Luis, Eugen comes a little closer. Maybe if you stayed in touch, we wouldn't have to come in like the cavalry. Well, those guys aren't going to forget you 2 anytime soon. He sighs. Come with me. Luis leads you away from the open market, most of the crowd having dispersed into a small passageway. He finds a hatch, opens it, and beckons you both through before slipping inside, closing it behind you. So what business did you have with the singers? Luis perches on a stool in the small workshop, picking up a tool from the mag strip above the bench and turning it over in his hands. Singers? Is that what you call them? Luis looks nervous. First I've known of them is when they turned up a few cycles back and started pressing me for info. I run into some singers before. Not these ones, but they all dress the same. Eugen glances between you and Luis. They're refugees out of Ember's Song, one of the moons of that gas giant in the inner system. Their moon is a volcanic hellhole, so while these guys are refugees fleeing the war like most, they tend to be tough as hell and aren't used to being told no. That part checks out. Luis smiles a weak smile. They've been pressing me for data for cycles ever since they showed up. My data. Eugen clicks the tool back on the mag strip and fixes Luis with a hard stare. You've been shopping it around then? Trying to drive a bidding war? Luis holds up his hands. No, nothing like that. Luis is afraid of Eugen, and you worry why that might be. I just want to verify the data. I asked around. Someone I showed it to, well, they mentioned a fraction drive.
You see Eugene bristle with anger. Luis keeps talking, speeding up. That was all. But a couple of cycles later, these singers, as you call them, started showing up, and I had to hide myself away. Hard to run a data business when you can't even go out to meet your clients. Where's the data now? Luis turns to you, seemingly glad to not have to look at the angry Eugene. I have it, don't you worry. Luis smiles, and it comes with a hell of a story. The friend I showed it to, he told me he's heard about that ship before. Mostly what he thought were rumors about a fraction drive ship. Apparently when Solheim collapsed, there was a struggle over who got to take it. Two execs from the old corporate hierarchy wanted it, and some of their underlings found out about it too. Those wrecks you visited? That was the site of a battle over the thing. This ship was a hot ticket, even then. You think back to the twisted and blasted remains of the ship, the wreckage strewn across the asteroid. You wonder how many died to try to get the Aphelion path and its golden drive. Seems like both the execs got spaced, but someone came back later, slipped the ship out of the wreck that was carrying it. Here's the funny thing. Rather than use it, they dismantled it, took the ship apart here at the Hollow. Hell, there's probably strut work from the Alpheon's path in this very station. Luis looks around at the salvaged compartment. You are all inside.
So it's gone.
Not quite. Luis smiles, enjoying telling the story now. They weren't stupid enough to dismantle an interstellar drive. The story goes that they buried it on a rock out in the shoals, totally unmarked. With thousands of rocks out there, they could leave it as long as they wanted and come back when they were ready. The thing is,
they never came back.
Eugene finishes the sentence, his anger fading now. Bingo! Luis grins as he holds up a thumb drive. And I've got the coordinates of the beacon that will lead you there. Eugene snatches it from his fingers.
Should have led with that.
Luis sighs deeply. That's just the start of the trail, no doubt, but it'll get you there if you've managed to follow it. Eugene nods at you and goes to leave, his hands immediately on the container hatch. Hey! Luis rushes up. Aren't you gonna pay for that?
Not after you leaked that Not if you leaked that the fraction drive exists to your friend. The singers and anyone who's looking, no.
Eugene pulls the door open.
Keep it quiet next time.
Luis turns to you. Come on, friend. The singer chased away my clients. He showed you his upturned palms. 50 cryo for the effort, or just whatever you have. I'll take it. I'm desperate. He did get it, and he was getting threatened. Just keep a lid on it. You pass him a stack of chits, and he clasps your hand. I appreciate it. He looks over your shoulder to see if Eugene is still there. Hey, look, be careful with that one, all right? He's not to be trusted. You turn and Eugene is already gone. You follow him out of the container. Time to go and find a fraction drive. That was all my money. Okay. Well, we have full fuel, but we have no supplies, so we're gonna hold off on going to that fraction drive. Because, yeah, it's not possible for me right now. But I want to finish this. I want to see what this might be about. There we go. Do we still have to feed supplies to... Yeah, we do. We have to feed the stray. That's fine, though. I can handle that. We're getting passive income, albeit minor amounts, but we got them. We've got, like, minor to small amounts, but we've got it. Oh, yeah, look at all that money. Or money, dice. My brain's been in an odd space today. I've been, like, weirdly wired. Okay, align arrays. I want to see about that. Okay, that's money. Yeah, okay. Then we can get at least a couple supplies out of this. Or actually, not yet. Instead, we can use 2 6s to get this done. go. So the next cycle, we've got that down pat, and then... There we go. All right, with that, we can at least fill up on 2 supplies. Or, yeah, 3. There we go. Feed 1 to the stray. And then we will end the cycle. And then easily we can go back and either get the painting done or what have you. We do need to eat though. So, let's finish this up. Use it to get to a 4. There we go. What do you mean, friend, Kimball? Our station depends on that array. The voice echoes out of one of the sunward poles, cramped bays, tucked up in the ceiling of the hollow. Though you are tired from a shift spent sealing leaks in this shattered section of the station, you still can't help but listen in. I have been patient, Kimball, but now with the repairs almost done, you're telling me we can't broadcast anyway? The voice comes from a doorway nearby, and as you float past, you glance inside. You see a woman facing away, addressing the back of a man buried in the guts of some complex machine. I'm sorry, Kimball, she concludes, but that just feels malicious. The man, presumably Kimball, mumbles something in response, though you do not catch it through the wires and mechanisms that surround him. The woman quickly turns away and spots you peering in through the doorway. She gives you a curious look. Oh, she quickly smiles. Hello. She closes the distance. I'm Serene. Cyrene? I think it's Cyrene. Serene? Cyrene? I think it might be Cyrene. She offers a hand. I've seen you working on the repairs. She tilts her head. We appreciate your efforts. Okay, pirate radio broadcaster. Okay, happy to help. Cyrene looks over your shoulder at Kimball and then back to you. How do you feel? She pauses, calculating. About the war in the inner system. It's corporate cruelty. Couldn't have put it better myself. Did you know that Senate Stat has already started shipbuilding in Sinza? Cyrene watches for your response. Sinza? One of the 3 sisters in orbit around Ember. She raises an eyebrow. You haven't left the belt, have you? You hear a grunt from Kimball, his head still buried in the machine's innards, and it's unclear if it is in reference to what she said, or is just the sound of repairs going poorly. We, Cyrene places a hand on her chest, are the Hellion Dispatches, the only pirate radio station in the Starward belt. She lifts her chin proudly. We keep the system up to date on shifts in the system's power structures and the ongoing corporate war, all through the voices of the Hellion system's own residents. Kimball grunts again, and a shower of sparks bursts from the machines behind Cyrene. Or at least we did, before our transmitter got fried. Cyrene looks suddenly crestfallen. What happened? All that repair work you've been giving your time to? That was all caused by a Conway autonomous munition trained on our scent. Cyrene's eyes flash with anger. A mumble comes from Kimball as he pushes a handful of wiring out of his way. I do know that for sure, Kimball. Why else would it come so deep into the belt to hit the hollow at our broadcast site? Cyrene turns back and hands on hips. Kimball responds with a shrug. Either way, straight after that attack, we found our gear had been tampered with, sabotaged. Kimball grunts. Yes, Kimball, or just looted. Either way, we are now quiet. And when we are quiet, the war continues unobserved. Cyrene folds her arms, and she looks away, defeated. My crew's looking for work. I'm sure you are, same as any other crew in the belt. But trust me when I say pirate radio does not pay. Cyrene sighs. Look, we need a broadcast array. A better broadcast array. Cyrene glances over her shoulder. We don't quite have the reach we'd like. Where you get one, that's another problem. We're talking pre-collapse tech here. It's not something we can just build ourselves. Kimball mutters something from the depths of the machine. Yeah, Holmes Rock isn't a bad idea, Cyrene replies. It used to be a relay station for Solheim, so it stands to reason they'd have arrays. We were just there, god damn it. And then there's the terminal there. Kimball's been bugging me to dig some engine components for him to crack open and use in his repairs. God knows what kind of repairs he'd need those for, but that's what he says. Cyrene looks over her shoulder at Kimball, but receives no response. You both stare at his broad shoulders for a moment as a thin trail of smoke begins to emerge from the machine. Now maybe we can do a little fundraising here on the Hollow. What we can get, we'll happily hand over. Cyrene shakes her head. But I'm telling you, it won't be a lot. I'll see what I can do. We'd appreciate it. Hell, the people of the Hellion system would appreciate it. She glances over her shoulder. I think Kimball would appreciate it too. You leave Cyrene and Kimball to their repairs, making note of the engine components and wire band array that it will need to get back on the air. It's hard to tell if the job will be worth your time, but then again, someone as knowledgeable as Cyrene might be a useful asset. All right. Well, we have these. Actually, hold on, wasn't it? Don't we have an upgrade to our ship that requires these too? Yeah. Well, we can always get more, somehow. So what we're gonna do is this. We're going to give these over. I like that quest name, We'll Be Right Back. That's cute. Oh, come on. Yeah, I don't know if Cyrene and Kimball are returning characters, but we'll see. I don't think they are. No, I don't think they are. I think they're new. I don't remember a Cyrene or Kimball from the first game. All right, we're gonna go get some money, because we are needing some fucking money. There. Get some money in our system. And then we at least can get 4 supplies. And that subtracts down to 3 because of the stray, but that's fine. We keep the cat. Okay. Now then. It's not really gonna give me much money, but it was Holmes Rock, right? Hellion Gate. Yep, all the way up there. So we'd have to go Greenbelt, then Hellion Gate, then Holmes Rock. We haven't been to Greenbelt though, so But you know what? This is within immediate flying distance, so why not? Let's try it. But actually, no. I don't trust it with our current supply level. So how about we rest a cycle and then you wake to something soft and furry rubbing against your nose. You sit bolt upright. The stray kicks off from your bunk and settles on the ceiling, back curled up, looking down at you accusingly with those big eyes. Sorry. The stray gently pushes off the ceiling with a soft paw and descends to the edge of your bunk, where it hooks its front claws into the mattress pad. Seeing the cat move in 0G is still odd. It seems to come naturally to it, and yet its shape is so connected to gravity and weight in your mind. A cat should have the heavy, soft form of a mammal, not the languid, liquid presence of the floating thing in front of you. The stray uses its hooked claws to twist and spin itself, so it softly slides against you with its back, rubbing against your arm and purring. You know what it wants. Pet the stray. You run a hand down its back and it shifts its spine like a fluid motion of appreciation. The stray closes its eyes and purrs. It's funny to think how the stray got out here. Perhaps on a ship from the inner system, slipping on it the Eye or Sintra. Before that, its ancestors were perhaps carried out to Hellion by Solheim executives who had the power and arrogance to bring a cat into space. But this cat, the one on your ship, was born here. That much is obvious. It is a creature of zero gravity, a being that orbits and glides, not one that leaps and stalks. It pats at your hand, encouraging you to continue petting. Oh, it does that cute thing. Oh, yeah, I had a dog that did that too. When I would scratch her behind the ears and I, paused for a second, she'd put her paw on my hand to make me keep going. That's the cutest damn shit a pet could ever do. It is an animal that is part of the crew now. You can't imagine the rig without her. As you look down at the stray, as nameless and inhuman as you are, the memory returns. The warmth of atmosphere-filled sun, the weight of flesh and fur, the smell of growing things. You know now what this memory is. It couldn't be more obvious. It is a memory that crossed the gap of your creation. A memory from your mind that was copied, emulated, to make your own. It is part of you. The memory is, in the end, a mistake. Those who designed the sleepers never intended you to carry the memories of the minds that were copied from your creation. They wanted you to emerge as new beings, offshoots from the branch of a human's life, to be cut short when needed. But mistakes can so often become the most powerful and meaningful of emblems. They can guide a being more strongly than any success ever could. That's because at the heart of every mistake is the possibility of change, of a shift in the status quo. You have lived a life of mistakes as much as a life of successes, and look where it has brought you. So you accept the memory, let it wash over you like the sun. You focus on the stray, and as you do, both memories combine. You're stroking both cats, separated by time and space, feeling both sets of sensations in double exposure. This doubling is what defines you. You are multiple, branched, diverse. You make no apologies for this, and you know that you will only accumulate more sleeves, more variants, as you persist. You claim the mistakes and the possibility it offers you. You settle in your birth, delaying the moment of waking, of greeting the cycle a little longer, sharing an unspoken solidarity with the stray. That is more expansive than any words could capture. Ah, that's so sweet. God. Oh, I loved that. That's nice. That was a really cute moment. Okay, now, I want to get some money. Jesus, my rolls are bad. Okay, we're starving. We need to get food. God damn it. All right, if we could just get up to 4, I think I'll feel happy about that. If I could just get to 4, I'd feel happy about that, please. Okay. And there we go. All right. Let's get this done. So Yujin wants to be on this. Do we have Cadet? We have Bliss, Cadet, Junie, and Nia. So my skills, I've got some positive stuff. I have a feeling Junie could be good for this because if this is gonna involve potentially some database stuff, yeah, let's go with Junie.
We're coming up on the beacon site now.
Seraphin brings the ship into place.
Signal's pretty weak, though.
He turns in his chair.
Which is what you get for chasing 10,000 cycle-old leads that got a lot of people killed.
Since you explained the situation to Seraphin, he hasn't gotten any more enthusiastic about the job, especially as it's a job that comes from Yujin. Seraphin shuts down the engine and turns to Yujin.
Time for you to go have a poke around in those rocks.
He waves a hand at the scattering of asteroids.
Enjoy.
Yujin barely seems to notice the sarcasm. A kind of fixed determination has come over him since you left the Hollow. It's not something you've seen before.
Let's suit up and find the beacon.
He pats you on the shoulder.
Louise said it's the first of a trail. So the faster we locate this one and get ourselves pointed to the next, the better. Enough messing around.
He kicks off and glides out of the cockpit, heading straight for the airlock. If it's a signal we are tracing, then we should think about trying to triangulate it. Junie stares out of the cockpit at the sparse gray rocks. No point just wandering around and finding whatever else the beacon planter left for overly curious travelers. Nice to be on the trail of a piece of history, though. If the Alphaeon path was real, well, Junie smiles. Be quite a find. Junie turns and follows Yujin to the airlock. It's just you and Seraphin left in the cockpit. He taps at his console, ignoring you.
You think this is a bad idea?
Seraphin turns.
Me? Me?
He mockingly puts a finger to his own chest.
Look,
he gets serious for a second.
People have been searching for this thing since the Solheim collapse. That's a lot of desire directed at one hidden drive. Objects like that tend to get people in trouble.
Seraphin sighs.
At least in my experience. So take it slow. And keep your eyes on Yujin.
Seraphin turns back to the console, busying himself with diagnostics. You turn and leave the cockpit, your mind on the beacon and the trail that should, all being well, end at a ticket out of the entire system. Right, because that's the whole notion, is that a ticket out of the system means that we can get away from Lane completely and utterly. So let's see how this goes. All right, I had the... Oh my god, Junie, Your dice. Oh, Junie. Oh, Junie. Jesus, okay. Yikes. Okay, well, I got good rolls to start, but Junie, what the fuck? Okay, we're gonna start with this. My rolls are the best right now, and then Yujin can start with his. That worked well. And then Junie, yeah, you're gonna be good for this, unless your rolls decide to not be good for this. Okay. Yeah, and I don't trust my 2 to ever work, so we're gonna end the cycle. And Yujin's rolls are not even gonna be worth much on that. Okay. Better. Much better. Much better! Oh yeah. We'll pop a 6 over here. Lovely. And Yujin could probably make a 3. There we go.
We're in.
Yujin nods at the data port, deep inside the body of the beacon. He peers through his suit's faceplate at it. You've a part of the plating removed, and are pretty sure you have access to the coordinates you need. All that's left is to slot a drive.
I've got this.
Yujin takes out a thumbnail drive and slots it in.
Easy as can be.
A smile flickers across his face. You peer into the beacon. It has been a delicate job, getting the security access and the system's knowledge to find the coordinates for the next step. But it all seems to have passed without incident.
Got it.
Eugen pulls the drive and thumbs you on the shoulder.
Let's get to the next one. Look alive down there.
Seraphine's voice comes over the comms.
We've got a ship on the approach. We need to make ourselves scarce.
You and Eugen exchange looks.
The Singers.
You kick off and glide towards the ship, but Eugen goes in the other direction. You wonder what he's doing for a second, and then you see it. He arrives at the beacon and immediately begins laying into its metal shell. He pulls a tool from his suit's belt and caves in the beacon with the anger that chills you. When he's done, the beacon's just another chunk of debris in the shoals. He joins you in the cockpit. Seraphine gives you a look, but doesn't say a word. He just silently taps in the new coordinates. You look across at Eugen, his expression fixed and his eyes cold. Then Seraphine fires up the drive. A shrill beep wakes you from your stargazing.
What was that?
Seraphine looks around the cockpit as warning lights and sirens sound all over the ship. The terminal screens flicker, some of them not coming back on. You hear a groan from somewhere deep in the ship.
Some kind of pulse? An energy weapon?
Seraphine slaps the side of his flickering terminal until it stabilizes. On it, you see a red dot, moving further away from the center of a circle.
A ship is accelerating away.
Seraphine taps at his console, bringing up the transponder information. He turns to Eugen with a hard stare.
It's Vesna.
Eugen shakes his head.
Got in one.
Seraphine grits his teeth.
The Limehound.
Registered in the far spindle. He slams his fist on his keyboard.
How did she find us? How? Because Eugen is a sloppy operator, that's how.
Seraphine shakes his head and starts working on the drive system.
Now we're stranded. She's knocked out our drive. Must have been waiting for us.
Seraphine sighs.
We need to get it activated as quickly as possible.
Eugen is up from his seat, peering out of the window at the large rock floating just outside.
The beacon has to be there. Vesna cracked it and then waited for us to catch up. She was trying to dissuade us. Well, she's done a pretty good job.
Seraphine scrolls through the layers of drive diagnostics.
Give up now?
Eugen glances at you.
We're so close.
Eugen's right. Seraphine sniffs but says nothing.
The Singers are out there too. If we're lucky, they will cancel each other out.
Eugen goes to leave the cockpit.
We decrypt the beacon and fix the drive. No distractions.
Eugen kicks off and glides out of the cockpit towards the airlock. I knew this was going to get complicated. Junie sighs. But we have to keep the find at the end of the trail in mind. To let it all fall into incurious hands? She shakes her head. We need to be the ones to claim it.
Look,
Seraphine turns in his seat.
We're in this now. No way back. Only forward. But the moment this goes south, and it will, I'll pull you out and we're leaving. Whether Eugen wants to back out or not.
Seraphine meets your eye. He's serious. We won't leave Eugen.
What I'm saying, Sleeper, is you won't be given a choice.
Seraphine turns back to his console. This, as far as he is concerned, is your problem to fix. All right. So we gotta fix this thing. I can fix it. At the very least, get a good amount of this progress done. There we go. Beautiful. And then here. Okay, I have a modifier. Oh, Eugen. Buddy. Oh, Junie. I just see that 1 and a 4. Oh. Okay. And then Eugen. Okay, good. Do I boost? Yeah, I can take the stress. It's fine. Okay. Then he can take this with a 4. Yeah. And I'm not risking me doing a 2. Well, maybe on the ship, probably, actually. Yeah, on the rig. Might as well. We'll do that, and then we'll end the cycle. There we go. We'll eep. We're at 2 supplies. Oh, 2 6s, a 4, and a 2. Okay. Oh, my dice. Oh, that's not good. But Eugen's got 2 6s, so he can at least get 4s out on this. So let's try. Good. And there he goes. Didn't stand a chance. All right, then I can repair the ship. And then we are golden. Look at that. And perfection. That went very smoothly. Seraphin punches the final set of coordinates into his console and runs a fresh set of diagnostics on the rig's drive. Everything comes up green. The atmosphere in the cockpit is tense. None of you know what you might be flying into. Eugen's jaw is set, his eyes on the stars and scattered rocks. His goal is in reach. It's not a goal to be underestimated. A fraction drive, one that can take any ship out of the system and beyond. One that can forge a path through the surrogate systems few can take. Freedom. Both from the system's politics and the structures of power that dominate the passage of people through colonized space. The problem with such a lofty ambition is that it is infectious, seductive. It is desirable enough to draw people out, bring them to their absolute limit. You've seen that in Eugen. The singers, too, are shaped by that desire. And Vesna, the steely-eyed captain you don't seem to be able to shake. The question is, who will flinch first? Well, I know I'm gonna hydrate first. A lot of reading. Afflian's End. Here you are, moored around a remote and airless rock, a scattering of debris concealing an object of great value in a system spiraling into war. We're the last here. Seraphin shuts down the drive, but at least no one started shooting. Vesna would only kill as a last resort. Eugen looks out at the rock. The singers, I'm less sure about. Reassuring. Seraphin deadpans. So what now? We walk out there and start digging? We talk it over with... What do you think, Eugen? You turn to face Eugen, but he's already gone. You get after him. Seraphin shakes his head. I'm going to keep the rig warm. I get the feeling we are going to be needing it. As you glide out of the cockpit, you hear the airlock cycling. Eugen is already out. You speed up, grabbing a suit and rustling it on as you head for the airlock. The door hisses open to reveal a sparse landscape. The twisted parts of a facility or ship, corroded beyond recognition, jut up out of the dusty rock. Squinting into the faint and distant sun, you can make out 2 figures in suits, standing a fair distance apart in the middle of those loose circles of debris. You glide down towards them, specks of loose gravel and decaying metal bouncing off your suit as you do. Now, a voice crackles through your comms as you approach, broadcast over the open channel. None of us want to die out here. You see them now. The 2 figures, Vesna and the leader of the singers, Peter, facing each other across the dusty plain. Vesna's arm jutting out from her body, her hand resting on an object at her hip. A weapon. Keep your distance, sleeper. Her eyes flick over to you as you approach. This godforsaken rock is crowded enough as it is. We set foot here first. The claim is ours by anyone's judgment. Peter speaks calmly and slowly, his arms at his hips and his palms upturned.
As I suspect, we are also the best equipped to find the fraction drive and put it to use.
Leader of Ember's Song Refuge. Oh, look at this suit! God, this art's fucking beautiful. Anyone's judgment? Vesna scoffs. Who do you see out here to validate your claim? She gestures at the rock-strewn void with one hand, her other firmly on the grip of her handgun.
The Sleeper is our witness here.
Peter turns slowly to you.
I'm sure they will verify our claim.
I didn't see who was first. Vesna laughs. Well, at least someone here still has integrity. You look between the two of them, searching their faces for intent, an opening, anything. Vesna's ocular implants give nothing away, but the visible tension in her gun arm suggests failing patience. Peter, meanwhile, projects an atmosphere considered calm, but there is violence behind that benign smile, and a crew of singers somewhere out there in the dark. Vesna, using that weapon will seal your fate. Perhaps. She smiles daggers at you. But I doubt you will be alive to see that come to pass. Her arm tenses. The shot is silent, its direction unclear, but its effect is immediate. The side of Vesna's suits explode in a geyser of escaping oxygen. Oh, she got shot. She spins, clutching at the wound to clamp it closed. As she does, you see the shot graze her, spitting the suit but leaving her body beneath intact.
Might want to run and get that fixed, Vesna.
Eugen slips out from the shadow of a piece of debris at the edge of the circle. He holds a long gun at his hip. What are you doing?
Claiming what's mine.
Eugen's eyes are fixed on Peter as he moves slowly closer. You son of a bitch! Vesna is doubled over, unable to take her hands away from the hole in her suit without risking immediate depressurization? Depressurization? Yeah. I think that's it. Yeah, depressurization. Eugen draws alongside you, his eyes still on Peter.
Time to turn yourselves around, get in that ship of yours, and go back to wherever the hell you crawled out from.
You glance at Vesna. There's a spout of oxygen spewing out from her suit, leaking between her fingers. She doesn't have long.
We can't abandon this claim. Peter shows his open palms. For the singers to survive, we must leave this system behind. There is no way for us to support ourselves here. Our moon is gone, eaten up by the war. The belt will be next. You may as well shoot me here if you are not going to take me the drive. This is my people's future. Well,
Eugen shifts his shoulders.
If you insist.
Sleeper, we have incoming. A lot of incoming. You glance at Eugen. He's hearing the message too. A whole load of Conway ships are approaching this location. Conway? What are they doing here? I'm not about to radio and ask them. Seraphine's voice distorts. But it's not hard to imagine that news of this fraction drive has reached further than anyone wanted. You look across at Peter and see his lips moving, but hear nothing. He is talking to his crew. A moment later, you hear a click as he switches back to the open channel.
If you heard what I just heard, then you know we are out of time.
Peter looks deadly serious now, his face of diplomatic calm having fallen away.
We singers are the only crew who can pull the fraction drive out before Conway arrives. There are more of us, and we have the experience. Let us take it. Don't let it fall into the hands of this system's biggest enemy.
Sleeper? Seraphine hisses over the comms.
Get back to the rig!
No. Eugen cuts in. You aren't sure if he's responding to Seraphine or Peter or both. To Seraphine or Peter or both.
The drive is ours. I've worked too hard and come too far to let it go now.
He raises the long gun to his shoulder. You're all insane! Vesna spits out the words, her voice strained and hoarse. I'll leave you to your graves! She kicks off from the rock, arcing toward the crimson shape of the limb-hound. Eugen doesn't even watch her go. You see something flare in his eyes, a dark drive with no other resolution. Okay, by him, I'm assuming it means Eugene. You put a hand on Eugene's shoulder and his eyes flick to you. You know what it is to be driven, especially towards freedom. Yours is a life where each escape has been earned, both by desire and sheer determination. But you also know how lives are wasted, thrown against the walls that restrain them again and again, only to come apart. You know that determination must be tempered by humanity, by empathy, by care. And in this moment, that is what passes between you and Eugene. Solidarity, empathy, and care. Eugene's resolve crumbles as he turns. You see Peter watching carefully, his eyes flicking between the two of you. When he sees Eugene drop his gun, he nods to you and retreats. There's work to be done. You kick off from the rock together, you and Eugene in silent resignation. Even when you reach the open airlock of the rig, Eugene does not look back. Once your suits are off, you both glide to the cockpit to find Seraphin rapidly starting the drive. His console screen is filled with red pulses, the signatures of Conway drone ships bearing down on this lonely rock. He glances up as you enter the cockpit, but says nothing. You are thankful for that, at least. This is no time for glib remarks. You take one last look at the Alphleon Path's final resting place. Across its surface, black-suited singers like a small army of ants industriously work to excavate and extract the fraction drive. In the face of the inhuman and cruel arm of Conway Extractions, it is not hard to wish them well. May their freedom buy them the kind of future you were not able to claim. And then the drive kicks in and you leave the singers to their fate. So that, God, sorry, my water bottle hit my desk. That was really loud. I'm so sorry. Oops. Anyway, yeah, that felt like the best outcome, truly. The ship is quiet as you dock in the The ship is quiet as you dock with the Hollow. No one eager to speak about what happened out there in the shoals. Even Seraphin is silent, tapping away at the engine shutdown with comfortingly routine motions. Eugene broods at the back of the cockpit, looking drained and pale. You know it will take him some time to come back from this, to extract himself from the hold that fraction drive that dream held over him. You wonder if he ever will, or if the freedom that object presented to him will haunt him for the remains of his life. You know, at least, that now it is not the time to try to discuss it, to lay out exactly what happened out there. Eugene will retreat, of course, hiding beneath the glib personality you have come to recognize as his shield. But perhaps as the cycles pass, he will find himself changed. Perhaps not. Either way, there is much to be done, and this thankless adventure has derailed you enough. Time to get back to work. All right, so that's Eugene's quest done. So we need fuel, because that spent up some fuel. So we need to do... let the dust settle. Okay, so Cadet wants us to go back to Darkside, but that's gonna take a while. And then Olivera. All right, I'd like to go back to Holmes Rock if I could help it. But for now, I don't even have enough money to get fuel right now, so let's earn a little money while we're here. There we go. And where's the fuel? There it is. Actually, how much fuel is it going to take for us to get to... I think Greenbelt was like, what, 8 or something? Belt. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to... do more signal array stuff, I think. There we go. Oh, that's a nice positive result. Because I want to help the radio station get back on its feet. And then we'll feed the stray. And it seems that the name of the cat is just Stray, according to the marketing and plushie. God, I'd love to have that plushie, but I've been trying to be a bit conscious over my merch buying, but goddamn, there's so much good merch out there of stuff that I like, you know? Because if you don't know, I've talked about this before, I'm very particular when it comes to getting figures or any kind of merch of things that I really, really like and am into. Most of the time, I like to get stuff of a specific character or series that I really, like, I have to really like something if I'm gonna buy merch of it. And what that has entailed is that a lot of stuff that I would buy merch from is either very rare or very expensive. And sometimes I have run into figures or what have you that are on the more affordable scale, and I have some of those, you know, in my room, but, you know, that's not always been the case. You know, for as much as I'm a fan of Hunter x Hunter and Yu Yu Hakusho, me being able to acquire figures from those series are a very rare thing. So, yeah. In any case, though, I am glad to get them when I can. It just means, like, on the occasions where I may want to get something that's related to, I don't know, banana fish, mushishi. I don't even know if there's anything for Outlaw Star. Like, I imagine if an Outlaw Star figure ever existed, it probably circulates eBay at, like, 4 times its original asking price. Maybe 5. No, most definitely 5. All right, let's feed the stray and then we'll fill our supplies in a second. Like, shit, I remember I saw a Kino's Journey figure which featured Kino on her bike, and even then, like, that was like a, what, $200 figure, I want to say, and I saw that, like, Jesus, before I moved out of Texas. So, yeah, it's figure buying, man. Figure buying. And then there's the matter of, like, a lot of my favorite characters from series don't tend to always be the most popular ones, which makes it even harder, because, you know, I want to own these figures of characters that I really like, but then they just get less and less available, which sucks. All right, well, we have the fuel now, so let's go do that. Let's go do this thing. Because we're not really on any particular cycle-based time limit since we had that encounter with Darkseid. Green Belt. We've not been here before. Talk your way in or fabricate permissions. Buy fuel. I need fuel. Oh, my rolls. Ow. So, okay, so Utsubo has been a problem with this place, so they're locked down. Makes sense. Okay, and then we'll try the one. Come on, come on. Big money, big money, big money, big money. Fuck! Okay, well, give a thing to the cat. And cycle. Oh. Yujin finds you in a quiet corner of the rig. Seraphin just gave me something I think you need to see. Also, we have an ad break starting in a minute. Eugen has been uncharacteristically quiet since your journey to the Alpha Leon's path's resting place. And even now, there is a seriousness to him that you do not recognize. He produces a small terminal, a slate, and shows you the screen. On it is a message from the singers. From Peter. All right, well, before we start... Oh, God, I need to stretch. Yeah, so far, this has been really cool. I don't know if this will conclude Eugen's quest, but I find this is a very interesting situation, because I don't know why Eugen was so desperate to want to get out of the belt. Like, obviously, it's not a good situation to be in the belt at all. Like, it's a living, but as we had found out, there's corporate warfare going on literally next door. So it's hard to really imagine feeling safe, and you want to get out of Dodge as soon as possible. But I want to know Eugen's if he has a deeper reasoning, but we'll find that out after this ad break. So BRB, everybody, get some water, stretch, whatever you need to do. See you soon. And we're back. Thank you for your patience. All right. So Peter sent us a message, huh? So that means they got away from the convoy ships, which is good. That's always a good sign. I am pleased to report the fraction drive's extraction was a success. You hear the gravelly voice in your mind as you read. Thanks to your choice to concede. Convoy attempted pursuit, but Singer ships are fast and quiet, and we soon lost them in the debris. You smile. Peter's arrogance is clear, even in writing. We have now begun on the project to implement and expand the fraction drive, which is why I am writing to you. Encrypted with this message is a full scan of the drive itself.
its components and systems.
You exchange a glance with Yujin.
I believe you deserve as much for your integrity in our encounter. I'm glad we didn't have to kill you. What you do with the plans is up to you, but I would recommend you do not attempt to sell or publish them unless you wish to attract further attention from Conway. The Singers will soon leave Hellion, and in part, we have to acknowledge your role in making this possible. We wish you safe passage on your journey. Peter.
At the bottom of the message, a handful of encrypted files open up to reveal an insanely complex set of scans and diagrams. The fraction drive. You look up at Yujin, who has a sharp smile on his face.
The bastard did it.
He shakes his head.
And I have you to thank for stopping me from killing him.
You should listen to me more. Yujin laughs.
I'll do my best, Captain, but no promises. Building it is another problem. I'm not an engineer.
He squints at the diagrams.
It would need a lot of resources, and the kind of machines only found in places like Darkside. With time, research, who knows?
Yujin grins.
The point is, it's possible. We have the plans. The path is there.
You see it now. Yujin's swagger returning. For better or for worse, this project fuels him.
It's on the back burner for now. We have more immediate things to deal with.
He slips the terminal away.
But I will start calling in favors, quietly, investigating how real this is.
Do it carefully. He nods.
I've learned my lesson.
Yujin frowns, something dark crossing his face.
Look, I know this is exciting, but...
He pauses, unsure of his words.
We know what people did to claim this device.
Drive device.
We know what people did to claim this drive.
He swallows hard.
What I did.
Yujin taps at the terminal.
Part of me wants to delete these right now.
He looks down.
They make me afraid of what I'll do to fulfill them.
It won't be like that.
Perhaps you're right. He smiles weakly. I want to believe it.
He slips the slate away.
The way you treat me, it makes me believe something.
His brow knits, his own words irritating him.
But I'm not sure what it is. And I'm not much of a believer.
Yujin looks down. You can see he is fighting with himself.
I don't like to owe people.
He pats you on the shoulder.
But for now, I will make an exception.
With that, he turns away, gliding back through the ship and out of sight. A fraction drive of your own. A machine to cut a path through the stars. You shake your head. It's not hard to dream. But you have seen the danger of that dream too. What it drove Yujin and others to do. Perhaps together you can keep each other on the narrow path to the future without straying into obsession. Or perhaps, thinking of those impossibly complex plans, it will never come to pass. Are they a diagram of your future, or a labyrinth to become lost in? The only way to know is to live it, together. I fucking love the writing in this game, it's so good! Ah, yes. Also, we have 4 points now that we can put forward to. Engager interface. I need to actually get a modifier up on one of these. Do I want engager interface? Let's go interface. I felt like interface has been pretty needed. I'm just happy with this game's writing. It's just been stellar from start to finish. It really has. Like, this duology of games has just been a treat. Fuck! God damn it. Please don't fail. Thank you. Greenbelt buzzes with focused activity. The passage is full at shift change, then empty once the work begins. It is a place that runs on its own schedule, but comfortably so, that comfort brought by being one of the largest food producers in the belt. There is always work in these fields, protected by a thick skin of transparent layers, and you can see why the humble life it offers has captured more than a few of the belt's Itinerant? I've never seen that word before. Itinerant. I'm looking that word up. How do you pronounce that? Itinerant. Itinerant. Traveling from place to place. Okay. Okay, I've never heard of that word before. That's a new one. Wow. Okay, good words, good word usage. Sleeper? The voice, soft but forceful, takes you by surprise. Aki. As you turn, you are met with a delicate face wearing a confused expression. Wait! She's from the first game. I know she's from the first game. Oh, apologies, I mistook you for someone else. She covers her embarrassment with a smile. I'm Aki. What brings you to Greenbelt, friend? Shit. Yeah, she is from the first game. Because I think you met her in the Greenbelt in the first game too. Yeah. I remember her now. I remember her, yeah. I don't remember the quest line, but she was in the DLC. The free DLC that was released. Although I don't know if the free DLC will be a thing, and I don't know if it'll be a thing in this game because the dev has been wanting to do more tabletop stuff. That's so cool though, we get to see her again. Just looking. Aki nods gently. Well, we aren't usually open to spectators, but I'll make an exception. She clasps her hands together. Come with me. Aki leads you through a series of doors, gliding down into passages cut into the rock, then up, following pipes into metal passages that cross the fields themselves. She stops on a bridge overlooking the soft curve of farmland that makes up one of the asteroid's 2 biospheres. Below, leaves flap in zero-G, waves spreading out across a sea of green. The varieties we farm here are specially selected and customized for microgravity. She puts her hand on the railing at the edge of the bridge. We feed them from beneath, irrigating and nourishing them through the very medium they grow within. The light of Hellion helps us with this, of course. Aki squints through the transparent roof at the distant, pale sun. Where are these plants from? Solheim left us many things, including a few seed vaults filled with their own engineered microgravity crops. She turns to face you. Then there are the stacks found across the belt. Self-contained micro-farms. We have been able to propagate farms from them in some cases. But how about you? Aki's sharp eyes take in your expression. Could you contribute to such a place? A green and growing strip in the gray belt? I would like to. Aki smiles. Feel free to take a shift below. Anytime you wish, I will tell the others to expect you. The plants, they have a kind of peace, an eternal quality that makes them seem less fragile than they are. Aki sighs. This place, like any other in the belt, has its pressures. It is for me to navigate them. She looks away, frowning at something in the distance. I must attend to those pressures. Excuse me. I'm glad our paths crossed. She bows in a shallow bow. I hope they do again. And with that, Aki leaves you to look over the sea of gently waving green, an impossibly beautiful, impossibly fragile glass case of growing things. Okay, well, we do need fuel and we do need money. But I also need food. Please tell me it's not expensive. Oh, thank God. Yes, okay, good. Yeah. Okay, engineering. Oh, and we get some energy just from doing the jobs here. Yeah, the Greenbelt was kind of the last spot well, not exactly the last. It was where the base game had its conclusion. And I remember that conclusion being a really, really good one. And it would almost make me say, like, frankly, the base game's ending is really strong on its own. But then the DLC ending happens, and it's like, all bets are off. It's just, like, as I said, these 2 games have been some of the most well-written experiences I've gotten to play, and it's been phenomenal to go through. So we need fuel. badly. And sadly, I don't think the work here is going to provide money. Like, this place does not seem to run on money. It's very self-sustained. But I do appreciate the free energy that this is doing for me. This is very nice. This does have me curious, though, on what I'll get out of this. You have a natural ability with the plants. Aki's voice makes you look up from your work. It is rare. You expect Aki's typical warm smile, but she looks pale, distracted. I have something I want to discuss with you. She leads you out of the biome into the damp, rock-cut tunnels that run just under the surface, all across Greenbelt. I'm sure you've noticed the section of our fields has been laying fallow, Aki says as she glides through the low tunnel. It's been like this since I took over as administrator here. My predecessor was the one to fail it, and confidence was lost in his vision. She shakes her head. But we have been unable to recover it. No matter the crop, the preparations, nothing will take. Aki leads you through a set of double doors, and then up into the second biosphere. Immediately you feel a difference. The air is dry, and a thin, choking dust fills the space. Aki puts out a hand and rubs the dust between her fingers. With its output halved, Greenbelt is under threat. She sighs. Those who wish to control this place are circling. We cannot lose our independence. But I wasn't always in the belt. Aki stares out at the dry landscape. I was born on a moon, Ember Steppe, a failed experiment in terraforming from before the collapse. We survived by cultivating the dust. I came here, like many, in the shadow of the war. My ship lost. Aki pauses and takes a moment, the loss still fresh in her mind. Right, I think her quest line involved her discovering on trying to figure out how to start crop growth in more arid and sandy environments. Found my water bottle. And she faced some kind of opposition through that. At least that's my memory of it. As I said, when I played that first game, that was a number of years ago. If I can barely remember what I ate for dinner last week, then good luck on at least a couple years. But it held the key. Aki looks to you, and perhaps holds it still. She wipes the dust from her fingers. Steppe silk, a plant that thrives in the dry and the dust. A plant that might thrive here. I have seen your ship, and you have shown me that you are to be trusted. I want you to go to the remains of my own, the wind's long shadow, and try to recover anything we might use. A plant, a husk, a seed, anything. It is a desperate step. She frowns and looks away. Where is the ship? The wind's long shadow lies wrecked beyond the sunward edge of the belt, beyond Hellion Gate. Aki pauses. I do not know what remains. My crew and I were lucky to escape. Greenbelt has reserves of cryo for moments like these. We will pay you for the retrieval, of course, depending on what you are able to retrieve. Aki sighs. This is our final recourse. I hope I will not be judged as harshly as my predecessor. I can offer you fuel for the trip, from our reserves. She bows slightly. The journey to Hellion Gate and the wreck beyond will require it. Come, Aki turns. Let us go back to where the green things grow. She smiles. It is a better place to consider the future together. And Aki leads you away from the barren biosphere, the doors scissoring shut behind you. Okay, another drive. So we have another quest. And yeah, okay, a lot of supplies given. And you know what? Since we now have all of those, where is that quest? Help Aki. Where is it? Okay, just in Hellion Gate. Wonderful. I can get fuel at Hellion Gate, and then after that we go to Holmes Rock for the radio stuff. So let's go do that. All right. Okay, so it's just beyond here that it's supposed to be. Scavenge fuel. We can get a 6 out of that and get some good fuel out of this. Yeah. All right, and then seized cargo. Search for supplies. Yes. Ah, that's not good. Okay, 1 supply. That's good. Need to feed the stray. There we go. And then, there it is. Wind's long shadow. So, actually, before I go, I want to see, so I have good engineering, interface, and endurance. I would like an Intuit if I can help it. So, an Intuit. Yeah, so Junie and Nia. Let's go Junie and Nia. Let's do that. See where this can take us. The wind's long shadow floats, broken open at the sunward edge of the belt. One of the refugee ships that made the fraught journey out to the belt from the inner system. Before the war truly took hold, the wind's long shadow is a monument now, and a warning to any other vessel that may stray sunward. The last ship out of Ember's Steppe. Junie looks towards the wreck. I can see it was beautiful once. It is hard to imagine that this cold, dead place might hold some key to the future of a settlement as verdant as Greenbelt. But that is why you are here. Steppe silk husks, that's what Aki said. The crop she brought from her home, carried out with the refugees. If there's anything left, it'll be your job to continue its journey from this place. This is no salvage job, Sleeper. Seraphim gets up from his cockpit seat. You need to be delicate. The more of those things we can get out, the more Aki will pay. Not to be totally mercenary, Seraphim winks at you. You look out at the wreck, shrouded in debris. Delicate, right. Time to put that to the test. All right. Oh God, our rolls. Well, Nia, all right, Junie can get this one. My rolls are pretty good, actually, all things considered. Okay, and then we can get this. Yeah. So we got that. Broken Dusk House. Okay, a 2 modifier there. Can try that. Get 100% positive out of this. Yeah. Then I can get a 4 out of this. Junie, that 2 is not looking. Ugh. That 2 is not looking nice. And my rolls are the only ones good for that. Okay, so I'm saving my rolls for the other spot. So let's sleep off. Okay. Oh no. Okay, well, we'll do this then. I'll use my rolls here. Then Good. And then Nia can use a 5 here. Okay, maybe Junie was not the right pick. Okay, oh, but she got it. Nice. Good. Now all that's left is this. All right, let's try it. Okay, I can take a little stress, that's fine. Shit. All right, come on, good rolls, good rolls, good rolls, good rolls, good rolls, good rolls, good rolls. All right, so far so good. Okay, we don't give the cat the supplies here. That'd be a very bad idea. Oh, Nia, your rolls. It's fine, we can work with this. Yes. Yes. Ugh. Come on, positive, 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 positive. Fuck. Oh. Junie, I'm trusting you on this. Come on. Just one more good one. Yes! If the wreck wasn't dead before now, scoured by the final husks of life, it surely must be. As Seraphin starts up the drive, you give the wind's long shadow a final look in its resting place. It is hard to feel sad about another chunk of scrap orbiting in a system that is made of nothing but scrap, nothing but the scrap of past regimes. Or regiments? Regimes? Regiments? No, it's regimes. But the people who lived on and built this ship, those people are worth a moment of memory. You think of them as you prepare to leave and hope they, like Aki, have been carried on to new lives beyond the desperation of escape. And those that didn't get out, you hope your passing through this place did not disturb them. All right, we did it. Okay, thank God. Oh, leave. That was scary, to put it mildly, and I lost a dice. Well, I can do this at least. Do I have a? I do. All right, one glitch dice, but I can live with that. But what we need right now is fuel and supplies. And then fuel. Actually, let's get a +6 out of this. There we go. Okay. Oh, come on. Yep, okay. It takes exactly 7 to get back. So, let's feed the cat. And I may as well try for it. I doubt I'll get successes, but let's see. Okay, 1 supply. That's good. And then just a little extra fuel, maybe. No. That was a bad move. All right, green belt. We can get fuel with the cryo that Aki will pay us. You bring the step silk husk you gathered from the wind's long shadow to Aki, and she is as pleased as you would expect. You meet her on the bridge overlooking green fields, the greenbelt workers quietly toiling below while the air recycler's wind gently rustles the leaves of the crops. Sleeper, Aki holds the husks to her chest. Thank you. These are a new beginning for us. Aki pauses, knitting her brow. How was she? The wind's long shadow. She must have been beautiful once. Aki smiles. She truly was. She looks down. Until they killed her. Aki sighs and looks out at the greenbelt fields. Everyone must die in the end. The belt makes wrecks of us all. She looks back to you. What you have brought me, this is new life. Give us time. You will need to clear and reseed the other biosphere. Aki bows. I hope you will return to us when the work is done. She presses a handful of chits into your hand. Thank you. She meets your eye. You watch her carry the husks gently away, glowing with the promise of fresh growth. How much? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a lot of money. Oh, thank God. We have full fuel and full supplies. Actually, feed the cat first, then we supply. Feed the cat. And then explore. And then full on supply the fuck up. Holy shit, that was a lot of money we got. And you know what? I will use my glitch dice on this. Might as well. Yeah, I didn't think so. And buy a meal. We're fully fueled up now on that shit. Okay, so that's going to take 6 cycles for us to come back here and then see what the progress is like. I really would like to see that. I'll try this. Why not? It's part of the quest line, so we may as well. And it's a safe action, because, so any failures will not hurt my energy, thank God. I've had too many of that shit here. All right. Holy shit. Well, the next thing we're gonna do is head back to Holmes Rock, because we still gotta get that satellite for the radio station. Excuse me. Okay. But first, we'll get a positive out of this, because I want to see what all is here. Another new location. Gate structure. Cutaway scrap. Oh, yeah. So we can get some data and scrap to sell. That's good money. Fuck yeah. But what we need is... What I need right now is fuel. So we'll just go fuel. Yeah, positive. Okay. Holmes Rock. Confirm. Okay. And we can get some more supplies and... Oh, wow, look at my rolls. And we can get fuel here too, thank God. So, fill fuel. Designate systems, cut connections. So let's do this. Yeah, with that kind of positive roll outcome, there is no no worries on that. Yeah, we don't have any characters we can really talk to here. And then I needed 2 Solheim data things here to get this done, but oh well. I already spent one to get some money because I needed it, but that's something we can figure out another time. So let's rest and then we can get that signal stuff finished. This is the kind of format that would really work well with a tabletop system, to have a party that is built up of either sleepers or non-sleeper characters. Genuinely, like, this is a cool idea. I just have to wonder how adventure paths would work, though. All right, and then with this, we now have that done. Easy. And we now have a wide beam array. And there is nothing else to really roll for here, so we'll just mosey out, I guess. So we'll head back to Hellion Gate. And you know what? I may try, on top of the fuel that I need, I may also supply up for something different. But I do also want to feed the cat. Feed cat. Feed cat. And then we need to get a dice repaired, because I was fucked up before from that job. There, that's fine, I can take a glitch. Okay, I want to take a look at this. Data scrapping, what does that entail? Because this... Ah! I see. So I can still make that Solheim data thing. That'd be wonderful, actually. Get a supplies. Yes, and then fuel. Need to get for... So then we head back to Greenbelt, and then we head back to Scatter Yards. Okay, so then we head back to Greenbelt, and then... Oh, no, not the Hollow. Meant the Hollow. Okay. Try for this. Didn't think so. Feed the cat. And buy supplies and fuel, because holy shit, that cleaned us out. All this travel. You know what? For the amount that I'm paying, at least it's not as much as gas as it is nowadays. And keep myself fed. One more cycle, so if I stay another cycle, maybe I can see what the results are. I'd love to actually look at that. Get some Greenbelt sketches done, and then we can take a look at what Aki's gotten finished on her stuff. I'd love to see it. I do also remember that I can just rest at the ship, because I need to get my stress down. Didn't think so. The biosphere, once barren, is transformed. Where it was once dry and gray is now swirls with amber dust, a hazy cloud cut through with bone-white tendrils of step silk. Aki, in mask and goggles, lets the biosphere's circulating air play with the end of her scarf, twirling and twisting, even threatening to rip it from her neck. That scarf, she has explained, is woven from the vast fibers of the step silk itself. That is why this place is known as Weaver's Fields, for the workshops of Greenbelt residents creating fabric from its step silk fibers, weavers who fled from Ember's Step, and those taught Airfresh by Aki herself. No, not Airfresh, Afresh. Taught afresh by Aki herself. Isn't it beautiful? Aki asks, her eyes glowing. Ember Step reborn on this rock, but not as an archive, as something new. The plants themselves are reconfigured. The step silk adapts well to the microgravity, even thrives, and the dust itself becomes a cloud that surrounds it. Aki points to a tendril stretching across the space. What was once a burrowing plant is now a bridging plant. Like us, it projects itself across empty space, pushing out into its new conditions. Aki looks at you. Sorry, I'm rambling. This place does that to me. Her chuckle is muffled by her mask. It is beautiful. Aki bows. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Let's leave the dust house. We can talk more easily outside. She shepherds you through some nearby double doors, the space between blasting you with air to clean away the dust. You find yourself in a sparse room, racks of unfamiliar tools on the walls, slit-like windows looking out into the amber dust storms. This is just the beginning for us. Aki has slipped off her mask and her voice is crisp and bright above the rumbling of the air recyclers. The step silk is already being harvested, redded, and woven. This is no synthetic fiber from the dark side looms. This is a natural fabric out here in this unnatural place. Aki brushes a little dust away. We will trade it and get what Greenbelt needs to stay stable, to feed its people. I am the administrator, but the workers are the owners here, and we will make a future for ourselves from our work. Aki shrugs. We control our path. What more could we want? Silence falls in the room. The idea of such a future is so desirable that it is almost painful, an idea that haunts you. You can spend as much time here as you like. Aki breathes the silence. Aki breaks the silence, somehow aware of your thoughts. I find the noise soothes me. Stay silent. You leave Aki in her dust house, surrounded by the landscape of her homeworld, one of many creatures born on that parched moon that is in the process of transforming into something new. Nice moment. Very nice moment. And we got 2 upgrade points out of it. Fuck yeah. Alright, well, we'll feed Stray. Not Cryo. We do not feed the cat money. The cats do not eat money. Well, they eat money, but not in the literal way. Bip. Alright, I just want to get this done. Oh, come on. Alright. Oh my god. Wow. That is an elusive fucking moment there. All right, well, let's head back to the Hollow, and then we'll be set. I mean, hey, I did not expect us to get that kind of a payout, but that worked out really well. That worked out in our favor. Broken dice. God damn it. I'm gonna fucking rest. Hold on. First, repair dice. And then take a big fucking honk-shoeing nap. The biggest damn nap. Gotta me a little bit. There, stress gone. Explore, and buy up some fuel that we need, of course, and supplies. I'm not selling my Solheim data. Feed the cat. I do like that we actually just have a cat in our party. Just kind of became the de facto mascot of this game, which is really cute. All right, fill supplies. We are running a little low on money, so I want to make some. Just make a little bit. Get back into the triple digits. There we go. All right, let's give this radio signal stuff our results. There we go. You wait in the makeshift Hellion Dispatch's studio as Kimball tinkers with the array somewhere in the back, behind the far wall. It is a humble setup, a stool for Cyrene, a microphone, the transmitter and mixer terminal, and the hardline snaking away towards the array. But there's something pleasing about it all the same. The crackling sound of fresh welds echoes through the bay of Kimball's concealed position. You hope the array you struggle to extract isn't getting fried as you wait. You're here. Good. Cyrene rushes in, holding a small dark rectangle in her hand. You will not believe what we have here. She looks around the bay. Where's Kimball? Installing the array. You mean... Cyrene smiles. We're going back on air? Before you can answer, she leaps forward, grabbing you in a surprisingly firm hug. Cyrene lets you go. Sorry. She smiles. Just excited to finally be back. Kimball! She shouts toward the back of the bay. How long for that new array? A muffled shout comes from behind the rear wall. Okay. Cyrene takes a steady breath. We have a little time. What have you got there? This broadcast is from Erlin's Eye. That is the setting of the first game. So the first game, as I think I talked about before, takes place entirely on one space station called the Eye, and it's called Erlin's Eye specifically is what it's called. And it was just a central location that you spent pretty much every day on as a freshly escaped sleeper trying to make a new life for yourself, not on the run. Well, kind of on the run, but trying to find life for yourself in a stable environment. We haven't heard anything out from them since the start of the war. Some people even say they fall into the flux. But something is happening there. Something is growing. This report says some protocol has taken over the station, become its protector. Conway drones can't get close. Senatstad is giving it a wide berth. They're right in the middle of the war. Conway on the starboard side, Senatstad on the sunward. And they are resisting. Cyrene smiles. We have to tell everyone in the belt about this. We have to get the word out. If the Eye can be held, well, maybe we can hold out too. Cyrene looks at the drive in her hand. Either way, people need to know. There's a sudden cluck, a few percussive shouts from Kimball, and then a flickering of lights across the bay as the transmitter and array begin to powering up. You and Cyrene watch as the Hellion Dispatch's studio comes to life, ready to broadcast once more. Not bad. Cyrene leans on your shoulder. Not bad at all. A shout comes from Kimball, and you know he is calling for Cyrene to get ready. That's my signal. She grins. Oh, I almost forgot. Cyrene produces a handful of chits. Turns out we have some avid listeners in the radius markets. She deposits them into your hands. All right, Cyrene takes a breath. I need to go live. She flashes you a final smile. Thank you. I will make sure we make good use of that array. This will mean something. Kimball bellows something from the back of the room, something you can only assume is a thank you. You leave the belt's most usable double act to their broadcast, and as you do, you hear Cyrene's voice echoing through the bay. This is Cyrene Sabir, back on the air, to wish you all a free Hellion, now and forever. Wait, is she from the first? Wait. Cyrene Sabir. Wait, what? Is she from the first game? I don't remember.
Oh God, this is gonna bug the fuck out of me now. I have a feeling, but I'm not entirely certain, because as I said, a lot of returning characters from the first game appear here, and I don't remember fully. Tell me in the comments, because I just read a thing from the developer that feels very familiar, but I don't, as I said, memory's hazy on it. As I said, not a lot of characters I remember in full, but I remember a lot. I remember some, but not too much. But it's good to see her get that available. And we now have 4 points to spend again. Now I can get positive modifiers on almost everything. Still can't paint for shit though. Okay. And with that, let's see, was there anything else any other quests that I wanted to take care of? Besides trying to paint the green belt, there's also the main quest of handing the drive off to Carmen. Why'd I say cadet? All right. Fuel. And try to get this last goddamn thing. Thank God. Okay. Whew. All right. That's done. And we're gonna buy, well, we don't need to buy a meal yet. But we do need to feed the cat. And you know what? I'm very curious about what I can get, because the Holmes Rock thing is just way too enticing for me to not want to try. I really want to get it. We'll get some regular scrap too while we're at it. Ow, that stings. Okay. There. And then we need to then we'll get a supply to Stray. Feed the cat. And then get some supplies and fuel. Now, is that enough to get me to Holmes Rock? Yes. Just barely, but yes. Make sketches across the belt. So I don't know when that may update for me to Also, I saw that the text kind of went weird there. That's fine. Okay, let's see what this does. Oh, I have to keep bringing stuff over. I see. Corroded and collapsing, and it's only a few prints left before it's just a pile of scrap. Okay. I see. Alright, well, we'll sell some of this. It's some good money. And then after this, we will get some fuel. Yeah, fill our fuel up. Feed the cat. Supply up again, and then we can head back to Holmes Rock. Or to Hellion Gate.
don't want to sell the engine components. I need to find where I can get some more engine components, actually. That would be quite nice. All right. So we could also... May as well make get some more Solheim data, and then we can be set on that front. I also really love that the visuals here are just so... Like, I love the simplicity of the 3D models. It adds to the very barren feel and the very barren, dilapidated feel of the entire area, which is intentional. It's supposed to feel that way. All right, let's get some more fuel, and then we're set. There. Also, we have an ad break starting in about 5 minutes as a heads up. I have to say, we're actually riding pretty high right now. We're pretty okay. Don't know when shit may hit the fan, because shit has hit the fan on us. It hit the fan hard on us on Darkside in particular when I ran out of supplies and took a permanent damage. But, I mean, we made it out. Just, you know, it was not an ideal situation to be in. Something else that I noticed that's really interesting is that different stations have different prices for filling the fuel up completely. That's been something that I noticed too. All right. Now then, back to the Hollow, and then we can go to the main quest. Since we finally got our side quest shaved down. Fill fuel. Give supplies to Cat. I do have to wonder, like, as I said, human beings move interestingly in, you know, 0G, and, you know, it's not... As fun as 0G would be, I don't think a being that was born in zero gravity would be able to live very well in cases of microgravity. I mean, shit, I imagine human beings adapting to microgravity would mean any kind of atmospheric pressure would really fuck them over, but... I find the idea interesting that this cat was able to survive long enough in microgravity to where it can just sort of loop around and be able to completely and utterly navigate the ship with no issues at all. Because then you think back to cat videos you see of a cat somehow getting a plastic bag around its tail or something, and it just bolts across, and I'm like, how the fuck would that work? All right. Is that the end of it all? It is. Concealed colony. Here we go. You find Oliveira exactly where Ankita said it would be. A ragged colony nestled in a crater on one of the biggest rocks in the shoals. Seraphin gets no response to his initial broadcasts, and so you find yourselves in a docking tunnel, the rig at one end, the colony at the other, with no idea what awaits you. I need you to get back on that ship and keep flying. You freeze in the dark tunnel, a figure in front of you holding a long gun at their hip. I'm serious. You see, your eyes adjust to the dark, and as they do, you see a man. No, a boy, carrying a long, dark shape in his hands. I don't know how you found us, but you need to leave right now and forget this place. Xander? Yeah, Xander, hard-headed and quick-witted. You glance over your shoulder and see Seraphin, his hands raised in front of him in a gesture of calm. Look, kid, we mean no harm. How about you go and run and get someone? I am someone. I'm Xander. He sticks out his jaw. It's you I don't know, and I'll decide who's gonna do some harm here. He reaches across his chest and thumbs a lamp he has lashed there. You blink in the glare of the bright light, shielding your eyes, and as you do, you see a flicker of confusion crossing Xander's face. He meets your eye with a look of shock and opens his mouth as if to speak, though no words emerge.
Ankita sent us.
You notice the familiar name register with Xander, adding to whatever confusion or question your appearance has provoked. You see his eyes taking in your sleeper body. His gun drops a little as he takes his attention off it.
Is this...
He looks between you and Seraphin.
Are you here for Flint?
He pulls the gun closer to himself.
I'll be honest, kid. We have no idea who you're talking about.
Seraphin allows himself to drift a little forward.
So how about you drop the gun and we can talk like adults?
As Seraphin floats past you, he gives you a look that makes you nervous. All right, well, we'll see what happens, but we have the ad break starting. So, BRB, everybody, get yourself some water, stretch, whatever you need to do. See you in 3 minutes.
And we're back. Thank you for your patience. All right. So Xander recognizes the sleeper and Ankita. Was Xander in the first game too? I don't think so. I don't remember a Xander. And if he's young, then I doubt, because I don't know how long after the first game this takes place. So it's tough to say. We're just here to deliver something. Cadence. Kate? If I see... Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Again, I'm on my toes about this because I'm like, oh God, is the flash of recognition going to happen when I'm in the middle of a quest? All right. Xander? The voice echoes along the docking bridge. Xander, what are you doing? A figure appears at the end of the bridge behind Xander. A young woman clearly older than the boy in front of you. Found these two trying to sneak in, Cadence. Xander keeps his eyes on you and Seraphin as he speaks. Saboteurs, maybe? Was about to send them on their way. Xander grins. I assure you we are not saboteurs, miss. Seraphin smiles at Cadence. Cadence sighs and glides over to Xander. Stop messing around with that welder. She snatches the gun out of Xander's hands, and as she does, both you and Seraphin reflexively flinch. Cadence looks at the two of you with a raised eyebrow and turns the gun so you can see it better. You notice the fuel tank and welding muzzle. It probably has an effective range of less than half a foot. Seraphin looks at Xander and rolls his eyes. Seriously? Cadence lowers the welder to her side and turns to Xander. Now's not the time. We just got an emergency broadcast from Carmen and Flint. Something's happened. Xander's attitude changes immediately. He turns to face Cadence, putting his back to you, as if you had just disappeared completely. What do you mean? What do you mean something's happened? I don't know. They went quiet in the shoals. All we got was a distress signal. Cadence raises her hands reassuringly. Don't get excited. They probably just had a technical fault on the ship. But we should check in anyway. We have to get them. Xander grabs the welder back and slings it over his shoulder. In what, Xander? Cadence sighs. They took our only functioning ship. The Tender Tides is still in pieces in the hangar. Seraphin gives you a nudge and nods towards Cadence and Xander. This is your chance. We have a ship. Xander wheels around in the tunnel, squinting at you in thought. Seraphin moves past you, approaching them. We need to see Carmen, and it seems like Carmen needs our help. He looks between the two of them. So how about we stop messing around in this dingy tunnel and go get your friend? Xander turns back to Cadence. Them? Really? He rolls his eyes. We're not only people we're not the only people on We're not the only people on Olivera. There must be other ships. You want to go looking? They're here now. Cadence looks at Seraphin, and they are generously offering to help. She smiles sheepishly. Fine. Xander folds his arms. But I'm coming with you. Fine by us. Seraphin shakes his head and looks at you. Come on then. You both turn and head back into the ship, Seraphin whispering as you do. What kind of backwater is Ankita sent us to? He sighs. That kid thinks he's some kind of sheriff. Not used to visitors, I guess. Tucked away in the shoals like this, I'm not surprised. What are they doing out here? What are we talking about? Xander catches up with you and Seraphin. His mood seems buoyed by the prospect of boarding a ship. You wonder how often he gets to leave Olivera. Nothing. Xander shrugs. Sounds boring. Wait up! You turn to see Cadence gliding up the tunnel. I changed my mind. I'm coming too. Give me a minute to grab some supplies. She glances at Xander, just in case. Seraphin cuts in. I'll give you a hand. That all right, sleeper? We'll be there in a sec. He looks at you.
You pause, but Seraphin doesn't seem to be waiting for confirmation. As he and Cadence head back into the dock, you are slightly thrown off by his eagerness to be helpful. This is the first time you've actually seen him be welcoming to anyone coming on board the rig. When you get to the cockpit, you notice Xander looking wide-eyed at the console and switches.
Cool ship,
He grins. After a short wait, Cadence and Seraphin come back into the cockpit.
all loaded up.
Seraphin pats Xander on the shoulder.
Might want to strap in there, kid.
Xander and Cadence find a place to settle as Seraphin buckles into the flight seat.
All right,
He turns to Xander.
show us where to go.
Okay.
That's clever. Clever way to scare the shit out of us. Using a long welder to make it look like a rifle.
You head out into the shoals, the thick debris field that surrounds Oliveira. What's happening in here, Sleeper? Bliss pokes their head into the cockpit as Seraphin brings the ship in towards the signal coordinates Xander gave them. You look around the cockpit. Xander is tapping at the co-pilot console mounted in front of his seat in a haphazard way, while Cadence is asking Seraphin about how the rig works. Surprisingly, Seraphin is responding with patience and care. They'll help us find Carmen. If you say so. Bliss looks over at Seraphin and Cadence. Is Seraphin smiling? They shake their head. Something is going on. Bliss turns back to you. Junie is working on the ship's wiring and won't respond to my messages. She's probably in the walls somewhere, hooked up to the main line. They smile a weak smile. I'm here, so how about you tell me what we're doing out in the middle of nowhere?
Quiet.
Seraphin's voice cuts through the chatter.
Is that?
He gestures out into the debris field at a sparking, ragged-looking shape, tucked beside a rock. Xander rushes to the cockpit glass.
Carmen.
A moment of tense silence grips the room.
That's his ship.
You and Bliss exchange concerned glances. This isn't good.
I'll bring her in.
Seraphin's eyes are fixed on the wreck and the crumbled ship now.
We don't know anything yet, so everyone calm down.
Xander is silent, his face pressed against the glass. Cadence stares out at the wreck, her cheeks pale. No one speaks until the rig is brought to a stop.
All right. Now we're going out there, and we'll have to poke around. We'll have a poke around.
Seraphin looks between Cadence and Xander.
We verify the ship, and we recover the crew.
Seraphin gives you and Bliss a nod, and you both push off and glide towards the back of the cockpit. Suddenly, Xander pushes off from the window and glides with you, out of the cockpit.
I'm coming too. You need someone to identify the ship.
He stops and takes a breath. Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Xander gets the words out and then pushes on ahead, towards the airlock. You follow behind, ready to suit up and investigate the wreck. Okay, so we have Xander, who's got engineering and endurance, and then Bliss is with us. Oh, Xander, your rolls. Bliss has got fucking phenomenal rolls, though. Oh my god. Look at them. Nice. Okay. Yeah. We are crushing this first one. Okay, so Xander's got a stress of 4, Bliss has a stress of 6. Do I boost the rolls? You know what? Yeah. Boosting his rolls. There we go. There we are. And then I can use my 2s to get past it if he doesn't make it. There we go. The search of Carmen's gutted ship has impacted the mood in the rig. As more and more evidence of an attack has appeared, the quieter Xander has gotten, and the more Cadence has retreated into the bunks. Now, with the search complete, you are gathered in the cockpit to discuss what's been found. Come on. Cadence floats by the door, hugging herself against the cold. Tell us already. Xander is perched on the back of one of the seats, flicking at some hinged container he found in the wreck, open and closed. Open and closed. Explain carefully. You start by summarizing the search, talking around the details, picking your language carefully. You describe the damage to the ship, but not the attack. You talk about the occupants of the ship without mentioning what might have happened to them. Seraphin quickly cuts in.
What Sleeper is saying,
He gives you a look.
is that the ship was hit with weapons fire.
Badly.
Then the drive was fired up, and they attempted to flee. The drive burned out, and the ship, after hitting multiple rocks and bits of debris, came to a halt here.
He takes a breath.
We found no bodies.
At the mention of that word, bodies, a shudder runs through those assembled.
And they are here, somewhere.
Xander has a steely look in his eyes.
And we find them, whatever state they are in.
He looks at Cadence. She nods back at him.
Xander's right. We aren't leaving them out here. Carmen made Oliveira what it is. He saved us. We won't come back without him.
She shivers and looks at Xander.
He would do the same for us.
Based on the damage to the ship,
Seraphin begins.
They're almost certainly dead. We get it.
Xander cuts him off.
There are debris trails leading away from the ship. I've seen them. There are.
Seraphin holds his hands out in a calming manner.
But those could be from secondary explosions or decompressurization. We picked the wrong trail and it could lead us in circles, cycle after cycle.
We better pick the right one.
Cadence has Xander's steely look now too. She stares directly at Seraphin, challenging him to answer back.
He sighs. And that's what we'll do.
He looks at you with resignation. Whatever happened here, you won't be leaving until you see its end. Okay, well, we have to rest for a cycle, because I'm out of rolls. Or I'm about to be out of rolls. Okay. End cycle. Okay, 6652151. Oh yeah, look at you, Xander. Okay, debris trail, debris trail. Let's try this. Well, that's a very iffy debris. Any other debris trails? No, just these three. So, Xander, do the honors. Then me. And then I can do this. I'm gonna save Xander's 5 for another time. Asteroid Cave. Ooh. Good thing I saved his 5. Watch me pick the right one somehow, like that, because I was just bullshit guessing. There we go. And then do I risk a 3 here? Sure. I'm not risking Bliss having with a 1 though. Not without modifiers. But this is going smoothly. This is going very smoothly. Hey, and those are some decent rolls. Okay, I've got a guaranteed success on this. So let's go with that. And then Xander can do the honors and maybe get the last one. Hey! When the Starward trail led to the caves, a little hope was kindled in the hearts of the crew. But after plumbing the depths of these dark passages, that hope seemed snuffed out. Xander struggled on in silence, only speaking to update Cadence on the lack of news via the cockpit comlinks. But he speaks now, quietly at first, and then with increasing urgency.
A light, Sleeper. I see a light.
And with that, he kicks off hard from the walls and darts down a dark tunnel with reckless speed. You follow, but the tunnels are winding, and you quickly lose Xander around the corner. You kick off from the same wall, trying to close the gap. When you come around that same corner, you can't find Xander anywhere. And then you see it, through a thin slit in the cave wall, a flickering, fading light. You cross over to it and see scratches and chunks scraped out of the rock. Someone has dragged something through here. Contact Xander. You click your comms to Xander's channel and call out to him. Nothing but static and silence greets you. A flashing red light on your comms panel suggests the signal isn't getting through. You push away some of the floating rock and squeeze yourself into the gap. And as you do, you watch the light pulsing inside the cave, setting the cracks and shapes of the rock in sharp relief. You search those shadows for something recognizable, but the light source remains out of sight. And then you are through. You steady yourself against the wall and look towards the light. There, beside a fading emergency lamp, floats a body, its head instantly striking you as strange and misshapen. You know immediately this must be Carmen. His head is shrouded in an emergency helmet inflated around him like a balloon, while an oxygen canister floats nearby, attached by a tube. Oh no. His eyes are closed, his body still. You try to settle your gaze on his chest. You see the telltale rise and fall. Oh, he's alive? Oh my God! And then the light catches something else, something broken and skeletal nearby. A face with bright eyes watching you. A sleeper. Another sleeper. They watch you with lit irises, one's just like yours. Their torn face reveals no emotion. They pose crouched, coiled even, like a spring ready to strike. Oh, this is an image. Oh. Another sleeper. You are both frozen, unsure, afraid. Nothing moves. Your eyes trace the damage to their suit, to their body. They look broken, worn down, and you wonder if this is how you look to others. If they flinch when they see you, as you feel the need to now. Carmen! Xander's panicked voice cuts through the silence. He rushes forward to the floating body, and as he does, the other sleeper pulls away from the wall like a statue coming to life. For a moment, you go to intervene, to save Xander from the skeletal figure, but the sleeper falls on Xander to embrace him, and Xander returns the hug. You float, stunned, watching as Xander begins to carry Carmen's body from the cave with Flint, the sleeper guiding him. Wow, so I did get it first try. Carmen is stable. Cadence comes out from the room that has become a makeshift med bay. She looks between you and Seraphin. Thanks to you. And Flint? Cadence pauses, choosing her answer carefully. Flint is in there with Carmen. They seem to be functional. She looks away. If that's what you mean. We should head back to Olivera. Seraphin cuts in. He places a hand on your shoulder and steers you away towards the cockpit. Once you are out of earshot, Seraphin turns to you. Did you know Flint was a sleeper? No. Seraphin nods. He pauses. I don't want to be suspicious. I was just surprised, that's all. Seraphin glances back towards the medbay. They look different. Different how? Seraphin sighs, unsure of his words. Just never seen a sleeper like that. He looks away. I'll go get her started up. He pats you on the shoulder and heads to the cockpit. Let's just keep an eye on them, okay? He leaves you floating in the corridor, unsure what to think. Flint is the first sleeper you have met since you escaped the program, and at this point, those memories are little more than fragments and fictions. As the rumble of the drive runs through the ship, you can't help but feel a little concerned for what this might mean. Another sleeper. Oh. Okay, well, I have an idea.
Really? What is it?
Let's leave. All right, drink a little water. You are left alone with Xander and Seraphin in the docks while Carmen is carefully carried from the rig by Flint, guided away into one of Olivera's many tunnels and passages. Okay, I believe you. Xander shrugs his shoulders. Seraphin raises an eyebrow. Believe us how? That you aren't saboteurs? He shoots you a sheepish grin. Although, you never know. I appreciate that. No problem.
He nods to you with the kind of seriousness that only children possess.
Tell me, kid. Seraphin folds his arms. Why are you so protective of this place? I mean, no offense, but who'd want to sabotage a tin pot colony in the middle of the shoals?
Xander bristles at the comment, but controls his anger.
You don't get it.
Olivera is a refuge. Why do you think we're hiding all the way out here? He glances at you, and then back at Seraphin. I would have thought you'd understand what's at stake here. You've seen Flint. Seraphin pauses, unsure of how to respond. He looks embarrassed into silence.
Look,
Xander says, playing the peacemaker. You brought Carmen back to us. Everyone in Olivera will thank you for that. How about you stick around for a bit, get a feel for the place. If you need to resupply, we can help. We haven't got much, but if you chip in, you'll get your share. He bows his head a little. We're more welcoming than we appear. Just don't expect to buy anything with those chits of yours. Xander puts his hand on his hips. Olivera is not for sale. Seraphin shrugs.
All right, kid, He glances at you. We appreciate it. We need to hang around until Carmen's back up and awake anyway, and I think we'll be glad for the rest.
I'll see you around then. Xander touches his brow in a salute and then kicks away, floating out of the docks. Seraphin turns to you.
Little Shorely doesn't sound so bad.
I agree. Seraphin smiles.
All right then.
He stretches.
I'm going to head into town and see what's happening.
He winks and glides away into Olivera proper. You are left floating in the docks, unsure of what comes next. It doesn't seem like Lane is going to find you out here, so maybe this is the perfect time to take a breather. At least until you can bring Ankita's drive to Carmen. You turn that little thumbnail drive over in your pocket. Time to see what Olivera has to offer. Okay, so we have a respite spot. And we have 2 cycles until he's back up and running. Oh god, my rolls. So fuel extraction. Do need a little fuel. Yeah. And then you gotta remember to feed the cat. Feed the cat. I could have probably also, you know what? Having scout source supplies would have been a bit of a better. I completely forgot about those other bits of it. I was too enamored in trying to get things working. Supply get. Oh. Component hunt. What does this do? Oh. Not the. I need engine components. Canteen visit. Okay. But I'd like some supplies, actually. Oh god, but it's risky. Ah! Why did it have to be attached to my worst stat? God damn it. Alright. Well, we don't have any stress, so we'll just end the cycle here. But yeah, that contract went really smoothly. As you leave the rig, you find a figure waiting for you in the docking tunnel. You think of Xander's hostile greeting when you first arrived. Is that him again? Oh! Where are you headed? Flint leans away from the wall. Now out of the battered suit you first saw them in. The damage to their frame is concealed beneath their overalls, but you're still aware of it. Just beneath the surface.
Farm stacks?
Same. Flint nods in the direction of the colony. I'll join you. You float together through the docks in silence. Flint makes you nervous, and their insistence on intercepting you with this cycle hasn't exactly calmed that sensation. Breaking the silence eventually becomes unavoidable. How are you doing? Flint stares ahead, continuing their glide. Better than Carmen. The mention of Carmen's name recalls the image of him floating unconscious in the light of your work lamps in those deep and winding caves. You suppress a shudder. Flint gives you a sideways look, their mask-like face betraying no emotion. It's good you found us. They pause as you both move through a doorway. Could have been sooner. They blink. But better than nothing. Looking at Flint gives you an unsettling feeling, like catching your own reflection in a polished hull plate. Is this what others feel like when they speak with you? watching the crooked mask, the lit irises for signs of human emotion, interpreting the stuttering emulations of facial expressions as they cross your doll-like face. Flint turns away again, and you realize that they might feel the same looking at you. Each the other's mirror, each reminding the other of the gap between being and being seen. What happened out there? Flint pauses. I made a mistake. One I won't make again. They frown and stare forward, offering nothing more. You arrive together at the winding entryway of the farm stacks, the gulping pulse of irrigation pipes humming in the walls. Walls? Humming in the walls! Humming in the walls. So, Sleeper. Flint's face curls in amusement as he uses the mononym everyone refers to you by. Olivera asks all of those it harbors to contribute to the colony. Show me what you can do. You and Flint join the farmers in the operations bay of the stacks, listening in on the shift's opening huddle. Jobs are assigned, yields discussed, and repairs prioritized. You go to work with the others, clambering into the guts of one of the stacks to repair an irrigation pipe, then joining another team running a chemical analysis of the crop. Guided by the pulsing thump of the stacks and their systems, feeding their crop of kelp, algae, tubers, leaves, and roots, you find yourself letting go of your thoughts and focusing on the job at hand. You give yourself over to the satisfaction of working alongside others in a mode of mutual support. Something makes you look to one side, a glint that catches your eye, and there is Flint, taking a rest of their own. You see a glint again, Flint turning something over in their fingers, watching it spin. A vial of stabilizer. My last vial. Flint speaks without taking their eyes off the drug. Even through the haze of your lost memories, you can recall the fizzing, sickening pulse of that injection. The dependence your reboot freed you from. Saving it for a special occasion. Flint pockets the vial and meets your eye. You don't need a stabilizer, do you? Flint moves away from the wall where they were resting against. I noticed you were different from the moment we met, but I didn't realize what it was until now. The way you work, the way you move, without dependence. I see it now. Flint folds their arms. Tell them about... I want to tell them. We're talking to another sleeper. I don't think we ever talked to another sleeper in the first game. I have to. You tell them about the process you and Seraphin attempted on Darkside, the one that Lane interrupted. They listen absent-mindedly, watching the workers instead of you. That's not all, though, is it? Flint meets your eye. There's something wrong with you. More than just your decaying frame. Your signal, your presence. It seems different. I'm changing. Flint looks at you up and down. I can see that, but I wonder what you are changing into. I know who I am, what I bring to this place. All of these people are at risk because of me. They look out at the workers. That means you too are a risk. A risk to your crew, to me, and more importantly, to this place. Olivera will welcome you just as it welcomed me. Flint stretches, and it will do so in spite of itself and its own safety. I want you to know that, because they will pay the cost. Those close to you and you must know, or because they will pay the cost, those close to you, and you must know that they pay it for you. With that, Flint turns and glides away, leaving no space for a response. You watch them leave, their billowing cloak revealing and concealing the glint and ragged parts of their exposed skeleton as they go. Oh. The sound of raised voices echoes through the tunnel. Following them, you find yourself at the entrance to the clinic where Flint and Xander are locked in a bitter argument. I won't take you out there, Flint. Xander is pleading with the sleeper. Look what happened to Carmen. They'll kill you. What happened to Carmen is exactly why I have to go. They will find me here. And when that happens... The whole colony can hear you too. Seraphin comes out of the clinic with Cadence. You trying to wake up Carmen? You see Seraphin clock you, standing in the passageway. Your eyes meet and Seraphin looks away. Neither of you have seen each other since you brought Carmen back to Olivera.
I'm trying to make sure what happened to Carmen doesn't happen to anyone else.
Flint folds her arms. I am the reason he is like he is, and that means it's on me to fix it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, SNARP's signal, right. Because, yeah, each sleeper is a part of SNARP, voluntarily or involuntarily, and they have trackers in them. That was actually a point that was done in the first game when a bounty hunter is hired to find you. So Flint has a tracker in them. Oh, God.
You catch Flint off guard. They hadn't seen you waiting in the passageway. SNARP came for me. That's what happened out there in the debris field. They look down. You know what that means. SNARP, the company that created you. The company you escaped. The idea of them bearing down on this place sets your nerves on edge. You have long since slipped their grasp. Lane disabled your tracker in exchange for unwavering service. A gift that became a trap. But Flint is still on the run. And if SNARP attacked Carmen's ship, they can't be far away. You look at Flint and see the fear in their eyes. Your tracker is still active. Oliveira is shrouded. Flint looks towards the center of the colony. Carmen managed to get a hold of the signal shroud and set it up here. He wanted to keep everyone safe. There's no way SNARP can track me here.
Am I missing something? Seraphine interrupts. If they can't find you here, what's the problem?
It's not just about the tracker. That hunter found me in the debris field. They know I escaped. It's only a matter of time before their search brings them here.
Silence falls on the group as the inevitability of the problem sets in. Xander looks distraught.
You can't, Flint, Xander says in a quiet voice. They'll kill you.
Seraphine glances at you and Flint in turn, and you see his mind working on a solution. He looks away, frowning.
I'm sorry, Xander. This is how it is.
Flint looks dejected.
Unless we get them first.
Seraphine smiles an impish smile.
Seraphine, what are you thinking?
Caden speaks up for the first time.
We know there is a hunter out there, scouring the shoals. And we know they are looking for you, Flint.
Seraphine shrugs.
That means we have the upper hand. We don't need to bring them here. We can bring them anywhere we want.
Seraphine looks around at the group.
So we get set. We prepare a little surprise, and then we wait.
Flint is already shaking their head.
The hunter could arrive here at any moment. We don't have time for this. If I had a ship, I would have left already.
Then we move you now. We take you somewhere we can prepare, and we can work hard and fast to get an ambush set. When the hunter comes, Seraphine grins, we spring the trap.
What kind of trap?
That we still have to figure out, Seraphine admits. But you have to admit, it beats going out to die without a plan. He shoots Flint a look. And hey, if we fail, the outcome will be the same anyway.
Flint doesn't respond immediately. You can see them thinking it through, considering their options.
I'm coming.
Xander has a determined look on his face.
We're doing this, and I'm coming.
Look, kid, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is the real thing. A bounty hunter is not going to...
Stop patronizing me!
Xander cuts him off.
I know the shoals. You need me out there.
The conversation suddenly devolves into many small arguments. The location, who should go, how to approach the ambush. The noise grows.
The old Solheim manufactory. Caden's voice raises clear and precise through the noise. That's where you do it. It's on a rock far enough from here, and it's a real labyrinth. You can lead the hunter there and get them lost inside. Cadence's eyes are bright and determined. The place is full of old machines, ordnance. We've been afraid to scavenge any of it, so it's unstable. It's so unstable.
You notice Seraphine watching Caden speak, clearly impressed by this sudden shift towards decisive action.
We could bring the whole place down on their head.
Xander picks up Cadence's thread.
I know the manufactory. It's a good idea.
You look between those gathered. Seraphine, stubborn and protective. Cadence's sharp eyes. Xander's relentless desire to get involved. And Flint, a sleeper like you. A sleeper in need of an escape. Carmen was building something here. A shrouded haven. A
place that needs protecting. He may be unconscious behind those doors, floating among the wires and tubes of the clinic, but something of him is here in this group, making a plan of resistance. Flint's eyes meet yours, and you know what has to be done. The rig will leave Oliveira this cycle. You have a hunter to trap. Well, I have to do this. I need to do this. I'm invested, heavily so. But I do need supplies, unfortunately, and also unfortunately, my rolls are too dog shit for me to get some fucking supplies. Ah! Fuck. I just need some...
I can get fuel, no problem, but I can't get no supplies.
Probably should have done... I should just switch it to that. Try again, but I am not confident. Especially at ones. Okay, thank God. All right, chat, as much as I want to continue this real quick, but I actually need to use the restroom really quickly. So if y'all pardon me for a moment, just a moment, I'll be right back. Promise.
Okay, we're all good now. I was also checking on something else that was making a noise upstairs, and I was really wondering what it was. Turns out it's my refrigerator making ice, because I've got an ice dispenser in my fridge, and it makes ice on like a cycle. And I'm hearing that somehow through a floor, and I'm like, holy shit, that thing's loud. So I was really scared for a second because I thought like something got knocked over or was breaking. Okay, we're good now, and we're gonna go see what is happening with what we can do about this bounty hunter. We've got 3 supplies, which is the best we can do for now. All right. Now, who to bring on this mission? Who do we bring? I'd like to bring Cadet. And... Who to bring, who to bring, who to bring, who to bring. Well, hold on. Let's take stock of our skills real quick, just to really make sure that we've got something in mind here. So I have no Intuit, which is making me think I bring Nia, because she's got a positive modifier. Yeah, let's bring Nia and Cadet. I think that'll work. Cadet and Nia. All right. Corroded plates, twisted struts, scattered scrap. The manufactory makes for a familiar sight. Just one more ragged artifact from the corporation that once owned this system. Despite that, something about it sets you on edge. Perhaps because it will also form the crucible of your attempt to take on an SNRP hunter. The kind whose entire job is to bring in escaped sleepers like you, dead or alive. The rig is tucked behind a rock, running on low power with its transponder off. You hope that's enough to not draw attention. So talk us through it. Seraphim turns back to Flint, Cadence, and Xander, all of whom are crammed into the cockpit along with your crew. We have to make this place look like a colony. That's what the hunter will expect, Cadence suggests first, her voice quavering a little with anxiety. We can seal up some of the holes, maybe install some lighting, fake it up. Okay, Seraphim nods reassuringly. That's good. What then? We force them to go deep. Xander cuts in, and everyone looks at him. He pauses a little, intimidated by the attention, but Flint nods at him to continue. I've been out here before, on a salvage run. There's an assembly line that runs through the whole place, filled with old manufacturing machines. We seal the doors, activate machines, make it a maze of malfunctioning construction arms and dead ends. All right then, control their route. I like it. Seraphim smiles at Xander. And if we get lucky, maybe one of those old machines will do the job for us. I doubt it. Flint joins in. We'll need the ordnance from the silos. Mining charges, fuel, whatever is left from when this place was churning out Solheim goods. They furrow their brow. We blow the place to make sure. A silence passes through the cockpit, the danger of what you are about to attempt dawning on everyone present. Okay, Seraphim has a dark look. That's the plan. We can detonate the ordnance with a command from the rig. A simple wideband comm signal. We'll get them. Seraphim pats Flint on the shoulder. Once they go in, that hunter isn't coming back out. He turns to you. Anything we missed? What if they don't take the bait? Then I engage. Flint rubs their hands together nervously. I lead them indirectly, right? Right. Seraphim confirms grimly. How long do you think we have? There's a lot of factory down there. The hunter got to me in Carmen fast. Flint looks out of the cockpit. No more than 3 cycles. When the hunter came for us, Flint grimaces, remembering the attack on Carmen's ship. They came out of nowhere, hit us hard and fast.
If it wasn't for Carmen, we need to be ready for anything.
Flint looks at you.
There won't be a warning.
Seraphin sighs.
Nice pep talk. Flint, you better find somewhere deep in that place, down into the bedrock. But make sure it has a back door, okay?
He nods at the sleeper.
The rest of us will get to work. All right, you heard Flint. We do this and we do this right. We make our stand on this rock. Let's not waste a moment here.
Okay.
Get some positives out of this.
Oh God, Nia, you have a 1? Okay. Yeah, okay.
Okay. What are the other roles likely needing?
Oh, Cadet's not getting... Hold on. Was this a bad move? Okay, no, she can get this. All right. That's fine. A stress can take on. Was there any positive modifier that Nia could take on? This one.
I doubt I'll get it. No, didn't think so.
Well, hopefully our luck continues, because I'm not feeling very positive about this situation. The rolls did not start off very strong. All right. We have 3 cycles. Conveniently, the same amount that we have for our supplies. Okay. A 3 and a 6 and a 6 and a 4. Much better. Much better. All right, Nia, you use your 4 here for a 5. Lovely. And then Cadet. Nice. Try again. Yeah, good. And then I get a positive boost for that. Please be a positive, please be a positive. Yes! Okay, 1 part done. You float for a moment, observing the chaos of the old assembly line. The scale of the structure, the number of machines, the arms and fabricators, the welders and bolters suggests industry on a scale that you have never witnessed. The Hellion system, a system that now subsists on the leftovers of its failed corporate owners, was once filled with manufactories like this, churning out components and technologies, machines and resources for extracting the valuable materials and minerals that Solheim existed to amass. If someone was able to rebuild one of these places, put it back into operation, imagine what could be fed into the belt, what changes could come for its people. Yet no one will undertake such a task because this place is haunted by the specter of Solheim, an entity that every being in this system can trace their origins back to. An entity that turned the entire system into a manufactory, a machine for accumulation, and that did not distinguish between human and machines as it did. You look at the broken machines, worn down and rusted, crippled and bent. Some of them have been put back into use but this past cycle as part of your plan, and those jerk or turn randomly, blindingly groping for components that will never be fed to them. None of them are sentient machines like you, and so they cannot feel or think. And yet you cannot decide if for them to persist is a kind of cruelty that radiates from the system that created them, or the indication of a new life, one that grants them new function, new meaning, and the possibility of something more. Creepy, right? Xander floats beside you, his voice hissing through the close-range comms. Maybe the hunter will get spooked by those twitching arms. He imitates the scattering movements of the factory machines. More sad than creepy. Xander shrugs. If you say so. So, Xander gives you a look. How come this hunter isn't chasing you?
My tractor's deactivated. Huh? Xander shoots you a look. Lucky you. Who did that? My captor. Xander goes quiet. I see. Let's focus on the hunter. Xander nods quietly. Xander looks out at the assembly line and sighs. I like Flint. I'm happy to do this for them. He turns back to you. And I want to like you too. So don't mess this up, all right? Xander gives you a hard look. Don't let Flint down. Xander kicks off and glides towards the exit without waiting for a response. You watch him go for a moment before turning away. There's still so much to do. Okay, so that's one part of the plan done. We can get this other one pretty damn fast. Nia's set on this one. I picked a good team here. All right, and then with the 2 modifier, boom. Go easy with that. Flint's voice rumbles over local comms as you secure the final piece of ordnance. You turn to see them floating, backlit in the entrance to the bay. One of many that you have rigged with ordnance deep in the manufactory. Down here, dust and flecks of rust flowed through the beams of your lights, and the walls are bent and buckled. They spent the past cycles here, picking out a spot to draw the hunter down to. One they should be able to slip out of when the hunter finds their way in. It's a long time to be down in these dark tunnels, waiting. Looks like we are just about done. Their voice is flat, their tone pragmatic. You okay? Flint nods, eager to be done with this. They look over their shoulder. However, it plays out. Flint glides into the bay slowly. There's something I need to tell you. Something I think you'll understand. What we are doing out here is not about saving me. It's about Oliveira. You struggle to see Flint's face with the light behind them. I should be on a ship out there, leading this hunter away. But they won't let me do that. They shake their head in frustration. And if they would, they can't spare the ship. Not after Carmen's got shot up. That was my mistake. I should never have let him persuade me to come with him on that supply run. Flint looks down. What's done is done. Oh, so Carmen convinced them. What matters now, what I need from you, is a promise. Flint's bright irises flash. That you'll bring this place down with me in it, if it means stopping the hunter. I promise. Flint nods. I knew you'd understand. You know as well as I that those who get close to us are at risk. That we as sleepers have to recognize what we open the door to. Carmen is my fault. I will be Oliveira's downfall too. With that, they turn and leave you in the dark. All right, well, unfortunately, the ads are going to start in about 2.5 minutes, so we can at least get this final thing done. And then, well, final thing kind of done. We're almost there. Hopefully this goes swimmingly. I'd love for this to work out. There, and... okay. Need to rest a cycle, and then we are good to go. God, I didn't think, because I think the only time we ever encounter another sleeper is twice in the first game. The specifics of them I won't really spoil because the specifics of the circumstances on how you encounter them I won't spoil because frankly, I encourage you all to go play the first game and experience it yourselves. But I will say that the moments are effective. Again, writing in these games is absolutely incredible. And Nia gets 2 perfect rolls out of this. Nice. You know, Cadence's voice comes over the comms, shimmering with interference. From here, it doesn't look half bad. You look across the shell of the manufactory, now studded with lights and dotted with markings. The fresh welds and plates giving the whole place a fragile patchwork feeling. If I was a piece of shit hunter, this is what I'd think a normal person's settlement would look like, right? I have no idea. Cadence goes quiet for a moment, her attempt at humor only serving to remind you both of the desperate circumstances. Have you spoken to Flint?
Cadence pauses. I mean, really spoken. Why? Oh, Cadence stumbles over her words. I just thought you two might want to speak about... She trails off. Flint is very loyal. I know they're quiet and, well, intense, but... She sighs. I hope you two can find some common ground. We get on just fine. Of course. Sorry. Cadence stops again. Olivera is a refuge. Cadence takes a breath. For all of us. I was in trouble when I met Carmen. We all were, in one way or another. Seraphin has told me a lot about you. Cadence hesitates. And I can see what you were trying to do for Flint. For Olivera.
All right, well, we'll select our dialogue after this ad break. So 3 minutes and then no pre-rolls for an hour. So be right back, everybody. Get some water, stretch, do whatever you need to do. All right, we're back. let's see what happens with the with this mission, because this is gonna get dicey potentially. Whew. All right, because I'm also really curious to see the art for the hunter they pick too, because the first hunter. You know what? No, I was about to say the first hunter. We do encounter hunters in Citizen Sleeper 1, but I'm not gonna fully say what happens with that particular quest line, but it goes places. Let her finish. I appreciate it. And I know Xander does, and Carmen will do as well. And Flint... Cadence pauses. Oh, you'll see. The comms click off, returning you to the silence of the manufactory. You look out across the false colony and the glittering lights. They are a poor imitation of Oliveira's real lights, those that indicate the colony's fragile, delicate state. You shake it off and move on. This isn't over yet. All right, but we have the plan set up now. We're good. End cycle. We hit. Oh, come on. Caden had 2 6s too. Wow, we really had a good one on this. Wake up, sleeper. Seraphin is in the bunks. We've got incoming. You shake off the haze of forgotten dreams and get up. In moments, you're in the cockpit. Xander, Cadence, and Seraphin all gathered around the console. On it, the local view shows nothing. Not a single ship signal. And a few objects beyond a scattering of debris. It was right here, I swear it. Seraphin jabs at the screen. A ship, small, but definitely a ship. Seraphin, Cadence sighs. We've been up a while. Get some rest. I know what I saw. He catches her eye. You look at the screen. Its gridded view showing the scattering signature of debris, like schools of fish drifting in a soft current. The manufactory is a noisy blob at the center of the circle, one that dissolves into the background at its edges. Nothing. And then there it is. A flicker, a flash, a spark of movement and light among one of the debris clouds. It flares and then it's gone again. You look up and Seraphin meets your eye. He reads your expression immediately. Seraphin slams a hand down on the console, opening up the comms channel. Look alive, Flint. They're coming in. Go deep and be ready to run. He pulls his hand off the switch. We better hope they heard that. Then you see it through the cockpit glass. The flare of an engine, faint and masked, but driving a squat, dark ship out of the debris. The Hunter. The ship seems to idle a little near the manufactory's asteroid, drifting past the dressed-up shell of the old factory? No, facility. I was about to say factory. God damn it, manufactory, facility, blah, 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 blah. Time to see if our fake colony is convincing enough. Cadence nervously claps her hands together. Will they buy it? They better. Seraphin looks concerned, because if they think this place looks abandoned, the Hunter might just strafe the whole facility. Seraphin swallows hard. We need them to dock. To come inside. You look out at the ship, and as you do, it jumps forward, towards the docking tower. You watch for a few tense moments as it hesitates and then slides into position onto one of the docking bridges. Cadence sighs in relief. They went for it. Seraphin pats you on the shoulder. Good job. The rat is in the maze. We can track them now. He exhales. At least that's the theory. I hooked up some basic monitoring devices in the assembly line. Xander calls over from the other console. A few shitty cameras repurposed from the factory monitoring system. Not much, but hopefully enough to tell where they are. Cadence, Seraphin, and you crowd around the screen. Xander flicks between noisy black and white images and feeds of static. You squint into the fizzing dark, trying to pick out any detail. Then suddenly, you see them. A shadow drifting beneath a flickering light, dark clad in military gear, a long gun ready at their shoulder, deathly pale skin, and their eyes gleaming through the faceplate, glowing irises. Is it another sleeper? Who the hell is that? Seraphin pulls back from the screen. They look like a sleeper. Xander finishes Seraphin's sentence. The figure disappears outside of the margins of the frame, and Xander flicks through the feeds. Where did they go?
You drift back from the screen, trying to think straight. The hunter is a sleeper? Or something else? You replay the image of the figure in your mind, but it has already shifted into your memory. It is your face staring back. It is Flint's. It is the sleeper's mask of death. Sleeper? Seraphin grabs you by both shoulders and looks you in the eye. We need to focus. We should get down there. Xander's eyes are wide. This changes things.
I mean, we have a plan, but this is a sleeper. We have a plan, but we weren't I need to see what this outcome. Xander's right. Xander nods to you and then is gone, kicking hard off the cockpit wall and heading into the ship towards the airlock. Seraphin gives you a hard look. You better hope nothing happens to that kid. He shuts off the console. Let's get after him. Go. Cadence looks between you and Seraphin with a steely expression. I'll stay here. She glances nervously at the console. Give me the signal and I'll send the detonation signal. She swallows hard. If it works. Seraphin looks torn for a moment and then nods. Let's go. You rush down to the airlock and suit up, and then you are out, descending through the rock-strewn void in tense silence. You enter the manufactory through a gap in the frame, passing through layers of twisted facility into the deep parts, where you know Flint waits in the dark. You say nothing to each other, afraid the comms will be intercepted. You lead Seraphin on, seeking the deep bays under the silos, where the ordnance waits for its detonation signal. If you can grab Xander, grab Flint, then clear the facility, this can all still work. Seraphin's hand falls on your shoulder, pulling you back. You go to speak and then you see it. A torch beam lancing through the dark. A shadow drifting beneath the flickering light, dark clad in military gear, a long gun held ready at the shoulder, deathly pale skin, and their eyes gleaming through the faceplate, glowing irises. The hunter, with eyes like you, like Flint. The hunter is a sleeper. Below you, they push through the dark and broken layers of the facility, seeking Flint. And where is Xander? Seraphin and you exchange wide-eyed glances in silence. The hunter passes below, disappearing into the dark passage. You wait together, the moment stretching out, then descend down into that same passage. The silence is absolute. Suddenly there is a flash of light ahead, bright and forceful, and a rumble that shakes rust flakes from the walls. You and Seraphin push off hard, gliding into the dark, desperate and afraid. You come into a low bay scattered with glowing embers. Scorched holes in the walls spew droplets of red-hot metal, where a weapon has been discharged. The hunter floats at the center, taking aim again, and you see a flicker of movement on the far side. Flint retreating. Before you can act, a slight figure in a suit slams into the back of the hunter, Xander. As he hits, the hunter's gun spins out of their hand. Rush the hunter. Yes! You slam into the hunter, lashing out with your fists. You feel Xander at your side, striking out too. The three of you spin through the spark-filled bay towards a gaping, dark shaft at its far side. The hunter, dazed from the blows, kicks out from against the two of you, sending themselves spinning away, their torch slipping from their grip and arcing across the bay. As it does, they fall back, unable to find anything to slow their glide, spinning in the dark. The hunter disappears down the shaft as you and Xander drift back into the bay. I've got Flint, Seraphin calls over the comms. We ascend, now! You look across the two of them, kicking off from the floor of the bay towards a ragged hole in the ceiling. You and Xander exchange a single glance, then follow. Cadence? Seraphin is on the wide band. Detonate this place now! Send the command! There is silence. You ascend through it, through the layers of the manufactory, seeking the open void of space beyond. You clear the manufactory, gliding into open space. A silent shockwave, like a gust of wind, runs through the void. The silent rumble spits out a scatter of debris. You turn back, still gliding towards the ship, and see the shattered manufactory. The whole sections are bending outward.
Whole sections are bending outward, the framework shredded, plating tumbling away in shards. You look across at Seraphin and Flint, their eyes set on the ship, trying only to stay ahead of the debris. You do the same, fixing your attention on the rig and nothing else. The hunter is dead. Okay, we made it back.
That went swimmingly!
You limp back to Oliveira, the mood in the rig one of deep exhaustion. But as the colony appears visible from the cockpit, the satisfaction of having run a terrifying gauntlet and come back in one piece shifts the mood. The crew's improved mood only becomes more obvious as you draw closer to Oliveira. As you come into the dock with the colony, you feel a wave of relief. Seraphin pats you on the shoulder as you both wait for the airlock to open.
That hunter. He sighs. SNARP is crueler than I could have imagined.
Stay silent. Like, what do you just have to say? Like, the hunter was asleep. They're sending sleepers to hunt sleepers.
Seraphin shakes his head.
Well, if you ever want to talk about it.
The airlock hisses open, revealing the docking bridge where Xander first confronted you. This time, another, more substantial figure waits in the passage.
I hear you're the ones I should be thanking for saving my life.
Carmen leans against the side of the tunnel, one arm clamped against his waist.
So, thank you.
Okay, so that's Carmen, Worn-Torn Oliveira founder. He nods at the two of you. Happy to help. Carmen smiles.
I have a feeling there might be more to your arrival than just a friendly traveler offering a helping hand.
Carmen! Cadence rushes past the two of you, gliding into Carmen with an embrace strong enough to leave the injured man off balance.
All right, careful. You don't want to put me back in the med bay now, do you?
Carmen pushes Cadence back with a gentle grip on her shoulders. He flinches as he does, his joke clearly holding some truth. Sorry, Cadence smiles. Just glad to see you up. A frown crosses Carmen's face.
Where's Xander?
Losing your vision, old man? You look back to see Xander and Flint beside you in the tunnel. Xander smiles widely at Carmen, betraying his happiness to see him.
I'll be just fine, Xan.
Carmen's words are confident, but his tone suggests he isn't convinced. You notice his hands are tightly balled into fists, as if resisting pain, and wonder if he should really be up at all. Carmen turns to look at you and Seraphin.
I think we need to talk. How about you two and Flint come accompany me to the med bay?
Carmen winks. Flint pushes past you both and goes to Carmen, helping him out of the tunnel. As he does, they exchange a few words, but you are too far away to make them out. You and Seraphin exchange glances and follow behind them into Oliveira. Carmen leads you to a small recovery chamber in the med bay, where his bed is set up, a handful of tubes and wires floating gently beside it, attached to boxy devices. Flint has already left the group, leaving just you and Seraphin with Oliveira's injured founder. Carmen meets your eye with a hard look.
So, how did you two end up stumbling onto our colony out in the shoals?
He raises an eyebrow.
Because we're not usually open to visitors.
Ankita sent us to you. You see the flicker of recognition in Carmen's eyes when you mention Ankita. You produce the thumbnail drive, holding it out for Carmen to inspect. She told Sleeper to deliver this to you, and you alone. Seraphin folds his arms. Carmen pauses thoughtfully.
That's a name I have not heard in a while.
For a while. In a while. You know, I have to wonder, like, how much of a difference those kind of word choices can be when it comes to writing. He takes the drive.
It seems I should thank you again.
He sighs.
And perhaps I owe you some explanation myself. Ankita and I used to work together a lifetime ago.
Carmen shakes his head.
We went our separate ways, but then she turned back up in Oliveira. I established this colony as a refuge, a way of starting again.
Carmen clasps his hands together.
The belt is changing, and I'm afraid of what is coming. Ankita took refuge here for a short while, and then one cycle she was gone.
Carmen shrugs.
That's not unusual for her. Each of us has our own demons.
He holds up the drive.
I'll take a look at what's on here when I'm able.
He looks at the drive with concern.
And I will let you know what I find.
You and Seraphin thank him and leave the chamber as he settles back on his recovery bed. As you leave, Flint catches your attention.
Can we speak?
Seraphin pauses.
I'll catch you back on the rig.
He looks between the two of you and then glides away. Flint hovers, a look of concern on their mask-like face. What do you need? Flint gives you a curious look.
You don't remember any of it, do you?
Any of what?
Of how you got here. Of our history.
Flint screws up their face in a pained expression.
At first, I thought you were hiding something. Or you were intentionally avoiding the subject. So I waited. But I understand it now. You don't remember me at all.
You take a moment to think, to try to recall Flint.
So we know each other.
You furrow your brow in frustration, sifting through hazy memories of Darkside, and further back, of your arrival to the belt. You close your eyes and see the faces of your other sleepers, panicked, desperate, in darkness.
I don't remember. We worked together in the same SNR mining installation, along with the other sleepers.
He searches your eyes for a spark of recognition.
We weren't close. I'm not sure we really spoke. Few of us did. Very few of us did. But I was there when we planned the escape together. The run to the freighter, collapsing the mine shaft.
Flint stops, struggling to continue in the face of the blank look you are giving them. You feel an unpleasant itch, as if something is crawling around inside your skull. You can see that Flint wants you to recall them, to recall the escape, the installation, but you find only hazy sensations, and beneath them, pain.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to.
Flint looks down.
I know you can't help it. I just needed to say something, to know if you really don't remember. Thank you for everything you've done for me, and for Oliveira.
Flint turns and drifts away, dejectedly, unable to continue. As you watch Flint go, you scratch at the side of your head, trying to find something in the way they move, the way they speak, their mask-like face, a face that was identical to yours when it was first cast, but that, over cycle after cycle of wear and damage, has been transformed. Two machines, so close in form and function, estranged by experience. Fuck. All right. Well, I'm gonna try for supplies, but I doubt I can get... If I can just get one to feed the cat. Yes, okay. Also, I just noticed how I'm starving. That's not good. So we're gonna also do some canteen runs. There we go. Get some food in our system. Hey, even a failure means I at least can get some food. There we are. All right. Well, there's not much else I can really do aside from fuel extraction. We'll try it. Didn't think so. But we do need to rest and the cycle. Thanks for coming up, sleeper. Carmen is waiting for you and Seraphin when you arrive at the med bay, looking a lot fresher. He leads you into a small alcove set up like an office, with an aging terminal on a simple welded desk and a small window looking out across the dusty rock of Oliveira.
Got some news for us?
Seraphin asks impatiently. Since you arrived back from the manufactory, he has been restless, though you aren't sure why.
Not to worry. Carmen grins slyly. I think you'll want to hear this.
He hits a key on the terminal, and a file browser appears on the screen, showing hundreds of individual pieces of data. They're all just like random cat. They're all the same happy cat dance video. You know the one.
Ankita has been busy.
Carmen gestures to the screen.
She's been scraping Utsubo communications cycle after cycle. Got access to ciphers and encryption that only the gang's leadership should be able to see.
He smiles.
It seems she's learned some tricks since we worked together. But that's not what matters. What matters is the content of these messages. He's leaking Lane's DMs. He's leaking Lane's DMs of him, of his, awful food takes. He's just saying like, listen, I understand it, but the sleepers really need to know it should be milk before cereal. He taps a few keys and loads some of the data, which scrolls down the screen. Some parts of Utsubo leadership have been getting ideas. Ideas about taking Greenbelt and controlling food production in the belt. About exerting power over Wellspring. Big ideas for a gang. But these Utsubo members aren't alone. They found themselves a powerful ally. Carmen shakes his head. Senate-stat. Senate-stat. One of the two corporations fighting a bitter battle for control of the inner system. Pernicious? I think it's pernicious. Pernicious force. One that Utsubo are opening a door for in the belt. Oh, that's not good. You can't be serious. Seraphine cuts in. They can't be that stupid. I don't know what to tell you. At least someone inside Utsubo is trying to broker a partnership. So, Lane does. So this isn't Lane. This is someone that Lane oversees that is trying to undermine Utsubo, to sell Utsubo to Senate-stat. Oh, God. Who? Seraphine leans over at the screen. You don't need Carmen's answer, and neither does Seraphine. Oh, no, it is Lane. Oh, okay. I was thinking, oh, maybe that's implying with the war stuff we saw with Daichi and the other guy in Darkside. Nope. Lane. Seraphine looks at you, shaking his head. It has to be Lane. Carmen looks between you both. Seems like you already know something I don't. Lane is a piece of shit Utsubo leader who thinks he owns us. Seraphine shakes his head. Exactly the kind of piece of shit arrogant enough to try to manipulate Senate-stat. Carmen nods thoughtfully. My condolences. I'm starting to see how you cross paths with Ankita. Why is Ankita telling you this? Like I said, Ankita and I worked together. To put it simply, we ran in the same mercenary outfit. Carmen looks away. A lot has happened since then. But this message, this data, it's her calling in a favor. And I owe her, that's for sure. Carmen shakes his head and pushes himself off from the desk, crossing the room to look out of the window at Oliveira's pale and airless surface. Hell, after what went down, I owe you both, too. You look at Carmen, staring out of the surface of this hostile rock, and wonder what he sees out there. He established the colony as a fallback, a retreat. Not just for him, for others too. But you get the feeling that Carmen knows any retreat is only ever temporary. He turns back to look at you. And you, Sleeper? What will you do? Seraphine wants to fight Lane. And Lane will be persistent no matter what, because as we had discovered in our trip to Darkside, Lane is somehow, through the usage of the stabilizer variation that he gave us, he's able to control our body, and that's going to be part of his whole deal. He wants control over us so that he can then use us as a proxy for grander expansion. So, and it seems like going after Greenbelt, and yeah, there's grander things here at play than just us escaping from Lane. No, this would happen. I feel like this would happen even if the Sleeper wasn't a part of Lane's plan, but we are a part of it, so we're taking on Utsubo. Take on a gang? Carmen smiles. Are you sure about that? We're going to end Lane, whatever it takes. Seraphine stares down Carmen, fists balled. Carmen looks at you. That one is going to get you in trouble. He turns to Seraphine. But I like that energy. He looks back out the window. This is not something we're going to take head on. He shakes his head. Ankita sent us our weapon. Carmen turns and gestures at the console screen with its reams of incriminating data. Utsubo don't control all of Darkside. They only aspire to. They also claim to offer protection from the war between Senatstad and Conway. That presents us with an opportunity. Utsubo is full of members who'd rather die than concede Darkside to a corporate interest. We play this right, Utsubo will end Lane for us.
He smiles at Seraphin.
To use your phrase.
We leak the data?
Not leak, Carmen frowns. This is delicate, tricky. There are lots of ways this can play out. There are lots of ways this can play out badly for all of us.
you leak and Lane's like, who leaked my DMs on Twitter? we gotta cancel them on social media. That'll do it.
We can handle it. We've cracked Darkside once. We can do it again.
Seraphin's confidence is infectious.
Is that right?
Carmen seems to be thinking something through. He crosses to the console, back to the window, and then to the console once more.
All right, I'm going to need some time, but I can put this together.
Carmen nods at Seraphin.
We'll need that energy, but also we need to be ready. But you also need to be ready. We rush this, it's not ending well. So I can wait.
Carmen turns his attention to you.
We go from Greenbelt when you're ready. I have friends there who can help get that ship of yours into Darkside.
Seraphin looks at you.
We have our own preparations to make, but we'll be ready.
All right.
Carmen unplugs Ankita's drive and hands it to you.
Take this and get out of here. I don't want anyone finding this thing in my possession.
You take it. The tiny drive's somehow heavier now that you know it contains the key to exposing Lane.
Thank you.
I'll see you in the west.
The Wheats Sheaf?
Okay, I'll see you in the Wheats Sheaf.
Carmen smiles to himself.
They know me there. Just understand something.
Carmen's expression turns serious.
You want my help on this. There's no way we can let it get back to the colony. Once you leave here, you're not coming back to Oliveira. Not until we're done.
He meets your eye. He needs confirmation that you recognize the importance of this.
I understand.
Carmen nods.
Then you can go.
He returns to the window to stare at whatever it is he sees out there among the dusty rocks. When you come back to the rig, Flint is waiting for you, leaning by the docking tunnel, waiting with a bag over their shoulder. They look up as you approach.
Hey.
Flint nods a greeting, appearing a little unsure. Going somewhere?
Hope so.
They smile.
I know you've already done a lot for me, so I'm not going to push you or ask you for pity.
They pause. You feel like they have been preparing the speech.
Firstly, I owe you, and I want to pay you back. I can work and I can fight, and I will protect this ship and its crew with everything I have. Secondly, we come from the same place, and whether you remember it or not, that means something. It must. I know I'm not the easiest to get on with. I know you might have your reservations about having another sleeper on this ship, but let them finish. I'm eager. I'm ready. I want to move on and I want to show my value. They pause. And, well, yeah, I think that's it.
Sorry, my phone was plenty charged. I charged my phone during the ad break that was earlier.
You look at Flint. Their frame's so much more damaged than yours, but with a fire burning in their eyes that makes them seem bigger than they are.
I will fucking take you on my ship. Yes, please.
A smile spreads across Flint's face, and they look down to hide it. Thank you, they say to the floor. This will work out. You'll see. Flint nods to you once more, then turns and glides down the docking tunnel towards the ship. As they do, two figures at the edge of the docking concourse catch your eye. You pause to look, shifting a little. As you do, you recognize Cadence leaning in. Some words are exchanged, ones you can only guess at, and then the other figure embraces Cadence and turns back to the ship. As Seraphin approaches, he ducks his head, passing quietly past you into the docking tunnel without a word. You take one last look at the docks, but Cadence is gone. You idle a moment longer and feel that there's something, some presence, even in these empty bays. Something rare in all the belt that Oliveira has captured. But, as with all things, you must learn to leave it behind.
Yeah! Oh, we have Flint! Oh!
All right. Well, I think... Let's see. We still have repainting the rig as part of our deal, but... I want to go back and buy some fuel and supplies. And then I'm trying to think, how much more stuff can we do right now? Let's see. So first we do need to buy some supplies and fuel. Make purchase. And investigate Hexport. So really everything is pointing back to Darkside. Well, we can return to the scatter yard, so maybe we should do that, actually, while we're here. Thinking about our next steps. All right, and we're gonna earn some fucking money, because now we're supplied up. I'm gonna change this back to earn odd jobs. Might as well do some rolls while I'm here. I am also curious about that Solheim data thing that I've got, but I might leave that for another time. But I have a very, very distinct feeling that I might be approaching the end of the game. I'm not certain, but it feels that way. Like we have got a lot of things that are kind of working out in our favor right now. So we'll see what happens, but I think we'll head back to the scatter yards and talk with the painter and to Surya. And then I think after that we'll probably end, because we've been going for 4 hours and my throat is tired from all this speaking. Like, I'm enjoying it, do not mistake me. I'm having fun doing this. It's just, holy shit, I am parched. Sleeper, Surya booms as he meets you inside his yard. I couldn't be happier to see you. Tell me, did you find inspiration out there in our belt? Found some customers for you. He grins widely. Your livery, yes, it is quite striking, and I believe it has spread my name to much of the belt. Let me see your work. He holds... Sorry, I dropped something. He holds out a hand and you pass him the color slate. Lovely. He scrolls through the sketches. I will pass your designs on to my crews, where they will build on them. Surya gestures to the yard. They are the best ship fitters in all the belt, as you know. If you come to the yard and speak to them, you may choose whichever design you desire. Surya squints at the slate. This hollow drawing is really quite interesting. He reaches into his tool belt and produces a stack of chits. The remainder of your fee. Our business is concluded. He nods, adding a little bow to the movement. I'm a busy man and must get to my business, but thank you again for helping build a legacy for my yard. Surya folds his arms across his chest. I believe you have work to see to. But imagine, if you will, flying out on your next contract in a fresh livery, a beautiful reinvention from Surya's yard. He gestures widely. When your clients ask why your rig is so beautiful, feel free to send them to me. Surya smiles, bows, and turns to leave. You watch Surya go, still unsure if his entire attitude is an act, meant to confuse you into consent. He is a hard man to dislike, but there's something about him you can't quite put a finger on. Either way, it is hard not to feel a little bit thankful for the chance he gave you to look at the belt with new eyes, even if it was while flying one of the most garish ships the belt's ever seen. I don't know, I don't hate the colors. I don't hate the orange and green, but I am curious. Spindle paint green belt. Oh god, it costs money to I want to see the green belt paint. What does that look like? Let me see. Oh, that's pretty. All right. But actually, before I do anything else,
I'm gonna buy fuel so that I am not stranded here. Fill fuel. And then, what about the hollow? I'm assuming we can just kind of redo this each cycle. Whoa, okay. That's cool. And, okay, so that's the stock, so that's the default paint. What about spindle? I kind of like the spindles. Yeah, I like the spindles the most. All right, well, with that, I think that's everything we can do for now. Besides going to Greenbelt or some other things, I would want to do the Holmes Rock thing again to get more data, and then, or to get more data for Holmes Rock, and then we figure that stuff out. But yeah, we have another crewmate, and it's another sleeper. Wow. And we still have to investigate Hexport, but we cannot go back into Darkside. So, not until later. But, with that said, thank you all for joining me tonight. It's been a lot of fun, and seeing the manners in which this game presents its story has been so fascinating to me. And I was so nervous about how that quest could have gone with the Hunter and Flint, because that could have gone south poorly, but everything worked out, everything went together well, and we have a new crewmate. I just wasn't expecting that we'd ever have another sleeper. I mean, it just, I really like this. This is so cool. And I'll say it again, if this kind of format, like this style of how this game is structured, ever got translated to tabletop form, where you and your player base make a party of engineers and Intuit users, sleepers, or what have you, and you just explore a part of space doing extraction jobs, trying to either circumvent or avoid corporate influences and just have this kind of story, I would 1000% play this. And it's built off a pretty decent system, considering, you know, you just roll up your dice and just make sure you allot them each cycle. It's such a cool system, and I'd love to see it actually be brought in, because we do have a sample of that with the Spindlejack stuff that's on itch.io. If you go look it up, you'll be able to find it. But yeah, I really like this. This is awesome. So yeah, thank you all for joining me. It's been a pleasure. I'm gonna probably rest my voice for the rest of the night and not talk at all, because holy shit, talking for hours is a lot. Talking for over 4 hours straight can put a strain on you when a game's got no voice acting, which I don't mind. Like, I don't mind that at all. This is because this is very fun for me to do, and I enjoy doing this, and I just appreciate you all for sticking around with it. And yeah, so that's it. For VOD watchers on YouTube, if you want to see when I'm doing these live, be sure to check out my Twitch. That's usually where I'm live doing these things. And if you want to see when I stream next, as well as my schedules for my streams, be sure to follow me on my Blue Sky. For my schedules, I'm usually live at 7 p.m. CST, with potential adjustments regarding things like, you know, job situations, day changes, sudden things that may happen. But Blue Sky is usually where I post about announcements or what have you regarding those matters. So follow me there if you want to see what may be coming next. And as for other places to follow me, I've got a Tumblr that you can check out, but I haven't been on there in months. And the YouTube community page, I also try to at least post on as far as my schedules and when I'm going live is concerned. So follow me there, or follow that if you want to check that out too. So yeah, with that said, thank you all for joining me tonight. It's been a lot of fun. Hope you all have a good rest of your time zones, evening, midday, whenever you're seeing this. Stay hydrated, keep your postures checked, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.